Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Board of Environmental Safety Board meeting. I am Sheena Brooks, and I'm the board's administrative liaison and board clerk, and I will be assisting in facilitating today's meeting. I would like to introduce our staff that are joining us and thank each of them for their assistance in setting up today's meeting. We have Swati Sharma, the executive officer, Greg Forrest, our board attorney, Jessica Swan, our ombudsperson, and our OEIM staff, Helio Rodriguez and Jenny Sanchez, as well as our CSUS staff, Corinne Chopin and Orit Kalman. This meeting is being recorded, and by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is December 12, 2022 at 1:04 p.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Sheena. Will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo.
Present.
Sushma Bhatia.
Here.
Georgette Gomez.
Here.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
I'm present.
Lizette Ruiz.
Present.
5 of 5 members are present. A quorum is established. And I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. We ask that everyone select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. And this is for everyone, regardless of your language selection. This is for everyone. So everyone, please, at this time, in your interpretation icon on the bottom, please select your preferred language. So if it is for English, please select English. And if you would like to join in Spanish, please select Spanish. But I would like to reiterate that everyone needs to do this option. So please, everyone, make a language selection now on the interpretation icon. If you select Spanish, you will be placed in the Spanish interpretation room. And again, everyone needs to complete this item to fully participate in the meeting. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish, and the phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they are also posted on our website. We would like to thank both Mark and Leticia, who are interpreting today's meeting for us in Spanish, so thank you both. This meeting is being recorded, and your continued participation is an acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Meeting materials are available in English and Spanish, and they can be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn them off altogether. The chat function will be enabled for today's meeting, and we ask that the chat function be reserved for submitting public comment and not for side conversations. And I would like to remind everyone that we are recording today's session, and on a recorded Zoom, all chat becomes part of the recorded record. So please be mindful of that. We ask that you please stay muted throughout the meeting unless you are making a comment. We also ask that you turn off your video cameras unless you are making a comment to ensure that there is enough internet bandwidth. And then when you wish to comment, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. There are several different ways in which you can participate. If you wish to voice your comment, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone if you have called in to join us. If you have joined the Spanish channel by phone, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may use the chat function or submit it to us via email to bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And to ensure that all members of the public who wish to do so get to speak, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. To manage time, we will let you know when there are 30 seconds remaining and then when the 3 minutes are up. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. If you are commenting in Spanish, please let us know that at the start of your comment. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item 2.
Thank you so much, Sheena. And I want to join Sheena in thanking the entire staff that put this meeting together with all of us. We talk about content and they deal with all the process. So thank you for that. I want to welcome you all to the 8th and final 2022 meeting of the Board of Environmental Safety. And again, thank you to the board and staff for powering through these final weeks of the year so that we could make our commitment to robust public engagement on a range of issues. DTSC staff, members of the community, regulated businesses have contributed mightily to our work since our first meeting on March 30th, 2022. We're deeply indebted to all of you, and we hope that you will continue your engagement as we continue to implement the reforms mandated in SB 158. Today's Zoom-only meeting will focus primarily on the permit appeals process. Materials are posted on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Members Ruiz and Strauss-Hacker, as well as our attorney Greg Forrest, will lead those discussions. As a follow-up to our November meeting, we will also hear an updated presentation on the role of the Ombuds program by Jessica Swan. Member Bhatia will present updated recommendations on the board's operating plan as a result of the workshop she's conducted and will continue to conduct later this week. Further, we will receive an update from the executive officer, Sharma, approve draft minutes from previous meetings, and hear any updates on board's priority areas. We'll start with our public forum, which provides time for comments on items not on the agenda. So if we ask you to reserve your comments during this period to items that are not permit appeals, ombuds, operating plan, those items which will be heavily covered later in the meeting. But before we do that, it's also worthy of repeating that job openings are and will continue to be posted on our website. Next up is the Senior Hazardous Waste Engineer, and Swathi Sharma will go through others that will be posted shortly. Now we'll move to agenda item 3, public forum, where we invite all participants to comment on items not on the agenda. Sheena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will now open the floor for public comments for items not on the agenda. If you wish to comment, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone if you called into the English channel. For participants joining the Spanish call-in line, please wait for instructions from the interpreters. And to ensure that all members of the public who wish to do so get to speak, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. To manage time, we will let you know when there are 30 seconds remaining and then when the 3 minutes are up. You may also use the chat function to submit comments, as well as email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And while our English participants are queuing up, I would like to ask our Spanish interpreters to see if there are any participants in the Spanish room and bridge line that would like to express their comment. And while they are checking, we will go ahead and call on participants in the main room. Currently, I do not see anyone's virtual hands raised. Again, this is open for public forum, and this will be the only public forum that we have on today's agenda. So if you have any comments that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. I received confirmation that there are no comments in the Spanish room. I do see one hand raised, Janet Johnson. Please go ahead. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video camera if you like, and please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Janet Johnson. I am with Richmond Shoreline Alliance, and I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to voice my community's concerns. I think my Comments might go over 3 minutes just slightly. We want to bring to your attention today deficiencies in air monitoring at the Campus Bay AstraZeneca toxic waste site. Our community advisory group has brought this issue to the site manager's attention, but we're not satisfied with the responses we've received. People who live and work in adjacent neighborhoods are subject to cumulative exposures from dirty air, pollution from the Chevron Richmond refinery and the BioRad lab, the #2 local air polluter after Chevron, diesel fumes from trains and exhaust from 2 freeways, and dust from the nearby coal terminal. Moreover, members of this population may work in environments where they're exposed to chemicals and dust. These exposures have cumulative effects on human health and must be taken into consideration. For the area directly across 580 from this site, Cal EnviroScreen 4.0 residents are in the 92nd percentile for diesel PM exposure and the 99th percentile for asthma. Thanksgiving weekend, we lost a community activist to cardiac arrest following a massive asthma attack. He was only 30 years old. The existing monitoring equipment at the site only particulate matter 10 microns in size or greater, or PM10. Smaller particulates, or PM2.5, are known to carry molecules of heavy metals deep into the lungs where they enter the bloodstream. Why toxicologists and other experts that collect data relating to human health focus on PM2.5. The primary metal contaminant on this site is arsenic, as tens of thousands of cubic yards of cinders containing arsenic were dumped here and have never been removed. Why does DTSC continue to resist monitoring PM2.5? Most off-the-shelf monitors like Purple Air measure it. At present, we're missing data because monitors go down frequently and repeatedly. This is an historical problem. We have more than 2 decades of experience of equipment being unreliable, maybe because the contractor is choosing equipment that doesn't work well in moist environments. Whole days, even weeks, are missing out of the database. These data gaps are a big deal. There should be redundant systems in place. People working in the business district next to the site are affected every single day. The contractor is the same one who 20 years ago performed air monitoring during the partial cleanup, when people in the business district became gravely ill from exposure to toxic dust. We want real-time reporting to the community made available to the community. At present, there's no immediate access. The data is not and it's not always easy to understand. We want all directions monitored, not just the prevailing wind direction. We want monitors that measure PM2.5, and we need much better reliability. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Janet, so much. That's an expansion on the conversation that we had when we had the opportunity to meet with you, and I really appreciate the depth of your commitment and the material you've given us. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. At this time, I do not see any other, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. At this time, are there any additional comments for public forum? I presently do not see any additional hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we will move on. We have a slight change in the order of the agenda. We were going to do the presentation by the ombuds, but we're going to have to move that, and we are going to move in, and Jessica will present later in the meeting. But now we're going to move into the permit appeals process, and we'll hear from members Lizette Ruiz, member Alexis Strauss-Hacker, and our attorney Greg Forrest. And Liz, I believe I'm turning that over to you for opening comments, correct? You're muted, Liz. Unmute.
All right, next slide, please. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. We're going to be proceeding in the next steps for the hazardous waste permit appeals process. And so, as you well know, in August, we had a workshop in Sacramento. Before that, following that, in September, we had one in Berkeley, and then throughout October, we were able to receive public comments through a workshop on Zoom. Recently in November, we met up in Bakersfield and were able to have a workshop there that was both in person and through Zoom. And so we've had all of these opportunities to receive public comment because we believe that as a board, it is the best way to proceed with this very complicated process that affects many folks throughout our communities throughout the state of California. And we've had, we developed different ways of getting comments from the audience. We even had an online comment process that would allow commenters to submit comments in without disclosing their names. And you can see the address here, bes.dtsc.ca.gov/comments. And so I'll turn it over to Alexis, Member Alexis Strauss.
Thank you, Liz. What we're going to do this afternoon with our board is to go through these key steps. And so this overview slide tells you that we're going to go in this order. We're going to turn next to talking about initiating an appeal, then the standing, the basis, the administrative steps in the process, what the initial order would look like, the administrative record, the briefing of the board, and then the board's hearing and decision. And we're going to go through these steps quite slowly, alternating between information that we've prepared on this PowerPoint, and then in certain cases, giving you text from the documents you have, so that we'll be going back and forth to build our collective board understanding. And after we conclude, we want your direction or our direction as a board as to how we proceed on some of these key questions. Next slide, I'm turning it over to Liz to talk about initiating an appeal.
So to begin, we did post a document. It's a new form, and it's labeled BES-2301. And for this new form, it should be filed 30 days after the notice of final permit decision. So, after the permit has been posted and the decision has been posted, this form will be completed. Next step, please. And depending on the complications related to the permit or the site, the board may grant an additional time to file a petition for good cause up to 60 days or more. Up to 60 days more. And so this is the example of the form as it looks now, and it's very basic. It's very detailed. Asking for your name, email, all that information, the TTSC case number, and next slide, please.
So I don't know whether we wanted to open this up for any input from board members about this. I think the idea here was that we would want to go through these sort of topic by topic. So after this topic, we'll be going to another topic. So I don't know if board members have anything on their mind about this particular aspect of the process, but coming up with this appeal form would be new. And what it does is it allows somebody to initiate an appeal without having to, within the same period of time, that initial 30-day period, craft the entire petition, because as you'll see later in this presentation, that's a pretty involved process. So we're responding to some comments that we got in our workshops here by introducing this new procedure for there to be a relatively simple form that's used to file an appeal. And that form also does provide notice to those who would appeal as to some of the requirements there. So we're not showing the entire form in the presentation here. You have that. Hopefully you have those printed and in front of you. But this is a perfect time now to discuss that form. If you have questions, parts of that form relate to topics that we'll cover later in the presentation having to do with standing and the grounds to appeal and that sort of thing. So we'll get there. But at this point, we wanted to just pause and make sure you didn't have anything to say before we continue. Georgette?
Yeah, I do have a question on the form, and one is on the first page of the form on slide 6, where you say your name. I'm assuming that's the appellant name, right?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Maybe it should say appellant's name. Just, I don't know. But I can read as is as well. That was just a question. And then when I tried, and I did it really quickly, but it might be more obvious, but I missed it. The reference to an appeal can be submitted within 30 days of a decision being made by DTSC. How would a already engaged or anybody that wanted to appeal, how would they know that a decision's been made? I couldn't find it in DTSC's website. So it wasn't easy.
Yeah, so we did discuss that particular issue. I believe it was actually at the October workshop. And there's a process that DTSC goes through to provide notice as the permit application makes its way through the permit approval process. And really at the center of that is a mailing list that DTSC has. So DTSC mails out hard copy letters according to that mailing list, and also sends out electronic messages via email. And there's a geographic element to that. So a lot of the people on the list live nearby a facility, but anybody who's interested in a particular facility can have their contact information added to that list and then receive notices. One of the suggestions that we heard related to this issue of notice was providing more communications via the website. And for example, there were people who phoned in who suggested that DTSC follow a similar process to used by other agencies. In particular, the South Coast Air Quality Management District was cited a couple of times as a sample agency that provides noticing. So we're not attempting in this form and in our process to change how DTSC does noticing. That's up to DTSC. We're certainly thinking of providing comments and suggestions to DTSC as to how they do their noticing. But as far as this step in the process, it presumes that somebody has received the noticing that's been provided by DTSC, and our expectation will be that changes will be made there to make that a little bit more inclusive, because we did hear some criticism about that to this point, that not all of the universe of people who'd be interested in a permit are necessarily hearing about that. I don't know if Alexis or Liz have anything else to add about that.
I think all I would add is that it's a little difficult for us to draft a comment letter to DTSC on how their procedure I mean, we could definitely have comments on how it's worked so far, but my understanding is that they're working on changing some of it. So it's, at least for me, it's hard to understand where they're heading towards, how their process of outreach, is changing, and maybe it would be a good chance for us as a board to send those comments now to make sure that that hopefully they align with what we would prefer to see work with our process.
Yeah, it would seem like that makes sense. I don't know, because one is tied to the other, right? So I would think that if we're making so much emphasis on that notification of that decision making needs to be a little bit more transparent than what it is right now. So hopefully, I know that it's out of our control, but we can suggest as a board at the end of this process. So it would be something that I think it might be worth it. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's go to Sushma.
Thank you. I have a tactical question that's related to the draft form 2301. On page 2 of the form, there's a field where an appellant can choose to request an extension for time. In the first sentence, we talk about how if the appellant is unable to prepare and submit within 30 days of the filing, then they must request a hearing with the board. My question is, can we, instead of scheduling a full hearing to assess the situation, can we request a review of a written petition that could be reviewed offline by the board members for a decision? The comment is coming from the place of driving velocity and not holding up the appeals process until we schedule a formal meeting. We could still perhaps decide to schedule a meeting to discuss it and drive consensus, but maybe there are situations that are not as controversial and we might just make an offline recommendation. Have you considered this? Thoughts?
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we will take that into our part of the direction that the board gives us today. It would require a certain amount of time to schedule a board meeting under Bagley-Keene anyway. And so if this is something that procedurally we can do efficiently offline, or even at the discretion of the chair, for example, we'll definitely work that into our revisions. Let's go to our chair.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that, let's see, we're talking about how we notify people. We should have on our website, and we should hear from DTSC as soon as a permit's been issued and posted on our website, along with this process. So that should be routine. And we could encourage people to sign up for our mailing list as well, so that there's redundancy in receiving the information. But at the very least, as soon as a permit's been issued, we should immediately know what that is as a board, because it begins the clock on our work. And so I think we could notify people, and there could be a section of our website, excuse me, that very clearly indicates the permit's been issued, you now have 30 days. And I think it's important that this form and this part of the process is basically just a notice of appeal, just, reinforcing that you don't have to fill everything in, you just have to say it's your intent. And then you have 30 days after that to actually begin the process of a full appeal, correct? So this is just alerting us to the fact. So it's basically, instead of 30 days, you have to have everything. It's 30 days, you have to say you want to do it, and then another 30 days after that. So it extends the process by a full 30 calendar days. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it's also, we were hoping, let us know if it's not clear enough, but at the bottom of page 1 of the draft form 2301, we do say what our timelines are. in terms of 30 days to file this form. We made it very simple. Ideally, it will happen online, and 30 days to submit the supporting documentation, also ideally electronically. If we can get as many participants as possible to submit electronically, as you'll see throughout our presentation today, it will make it easier to share these documents with the interested public.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. We are now at slide 7 and turning to Greg.
Thank you so much, Board Member Strauss-Hacker. So the next issue that we wanted to talk about is standing to appeal. This is a sort of complicated topic because of the way that it is currently phrased in regulations, but also because of the need to preserve a kind of a distinction in roles between DTSC as the permitting authority and the board as a reviewing body, and to try and maximize those two roles. And so currently in regulations, there is a standing requirement which requires the petitioner to demonstrate that he or she raised issues during the draft permit review period. And it's, we think, important to keep that because we want to be able to rely upon DTSC as technical experts to have the first opportunity to address specific issues that get raised. And frankly, it's our hope that those issues get resolved during the draft permit stage so that when the final permit comes out, there are no more issues, that people feel like the issues they raised have been fully resolved. But there are 3 exceptions to that. So now, currently under the regulations, if somebody did not participate during the draft permit stage, they are limited in their ability to raise issues on appeal. And really the first limitation is they can only raise the issues having to do with differences between the draft and final permits. So that's exception number 1 to standing. The second exception has to do or pertains to the Class 2 modification or temporary authorization. Temporary authorizations, first of all, really have very little public review. They're very fast. Class 2 modifications do have a public review period, and DTSC does respond to comments on Class 2 modifications, but historically there has been a distinction between those and the typical permit with a full draft review and a full response to comments. We're proposing to create a third exception, which would be at the discretion of the board. So you'll see that in the form that we were just discussing. There's a box on page 2 that somebody could check that would allow them to essentially request relief from the limitation that would otherwise apply. In other words, I wasn't able to participate during the draft permit, so please allow me to raise these issues. Don't limit me to just raising issues that occurred between draft and final permit. So we're proposing that in the materials you saw, and I'll show you where these show up in, first of all, our proposed revision to the appeal regulation. It's here on the screen. So 5 discusses who has standing to file an appeal. Obviously, the applicant does. Any person who filed comments during the draft permit or testified at a hearing has standing. But then the third basis would be a member of the public pursuant to one of those 3 exceptions that I just discussed. Number 6 here is basically the same limitation that you heard I explained currently exists in the regulation as far as being limited to only disputing conditions in the final permit that did not appear in the draft permit. So that's the first limitation. So again, under the current regime or the current regulations, that's effectively what happens if you're unable or you didn't participate during the draft permit. You're limited in that fashion. On this page, you'll see the other 2 exceptions. I will note under 7, Class 2 permit modifications and temporary authorizations, we've actually thought a little bit internally since we put this draft out that actually, because the Class 2 permit modification does involve public review, and this was noted to us in our workshops multiple times actually by attorneys representing facilities, by the attorneys representing petitioners, people kept telling us, well, actually, there is a review period for a Class 2 modification. So I think what we're thinking of doing for number 7 would be to actually have that standing requirement reflected there, that, you know, there's an expectation that you have raised these issues already for a Class 2 permit modifications. And I think we're going to put something, our mind is to put something in there for that. Again, to reinforce the role of DTSC as the experts in addressing technical questions and to try and maximize that. So then also on this page, you'll see that exception that we're proposing to add now. This would be upon a showing of good cause. It would be noted on that initial appeal form. Somebody there would be able to check the box and basically explain that through no fault of their own, that they were prevented from participating. They didn't get notice of this. Maybe DTSC didn't follow some kind of procedural requirement that applied. That really did not enable them to participate in the process. They were deprived of that opportunity. And so they're asking the board to give them an exception here to be able to raise these where otherwise they wouldn't be able to raise them. Okay. So again, you see this in that form that we just discussed, and that form also includes direction to those filling out the form that there are these limitations that apply, but if you feel like you were unable to participate, then you can explain, and we've asked in the form that people do that. They request a hearing from the board, requesting relief from those limitations. They provide an explanation of why they couldn't participate. We even have them sign under penalty of perjury that they're swearing that, you know, they were really truly prevented. The idea here again is we want to try and maintain some of these limitations so that we're not bombarded with a lot of issues that could have and probably should have been raised during the permit review process, because we feel like the board does have a limited role in really trying to just review DTSC's decision rather than taking on new evidence, holding a new hearing, and making a new permit decision all over again. And that's really a product of the input that we received during these workshops when practitioners in this area said, well, gosh, you know, it takes so long to get through the permit process in the first place. I would sure hate to have the appeal process take an additional year or 2 years to unfold. So that's the rationale for that. And here you can see on this screen how that works in this appeal form. You can see that it has to do with someone who didn't participate when they were given the opportunity with the draft permit. We're saying it doesn't apply for a Class 2 modification or temporary authorization. Again, I think actually for a Class 2, it probably should apply. So I think we're thinking of maybe revising that to say it doesn't apply to a temporary authorization only. And then they would check the box. They'd say, hey, I was unable to participate due to these circumstances beyond my control. And then they would explain that in the section of the form that follows. And then they would sign at the bottom swearing that, you know, the truth to that. So I think that's that issue. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and then I'll be able to see if anybody of you wants to comment on this, has a question about this, and we can go from there. And certainly if the other board members on this committee want to add anything to my explanation, I welcome you to do that.
So let's take your comments on the standing question. Who can appeal? This is really
So that was the question. There's something in the chat that I think goes to that question. I don't know if one of the three of you are monitoring the chat. And so that's.
Madam Chair, this is just the section to focus on board member understanding. And we're going to go through this at whatever pace we need for board member understanding. Then we're going to take time for board discussion and direction. And then we'll turn to public engagement on this
Thank you.
topic.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sushma.
Similar to my question earlier, who makes the determination that an appellant indeed experienced unusual circumstances? Do we envision this as a full board consensus-driven process? Do we want the subcommittee perhaps to make a recommendation to the board? Any thought put into how this would actually play out process-wise?
I think it really depends on what you all think now. I mean, that's an idea, you know, should it go to a subcommittee or should it go to the entirety of the board, where we would have to make the decision, you know, at a public setting, have at least three members participate in the decision-making process.
Which would in turn, per your earlier recommendation or comment, Sushma, it would therefore trigger, if we were to meet as a board to decide to give someone standing, we would have that time delay of the Bagley-Keene notice requirements. So if we want to handle this differently, let's take this up in our board discussion and give us direction as a board as to where we take this, so that it's both transparent to everyone participating, but it's also responsive and efficient. Georgette.
I think it's a similar question, not so much the whom, it's more of the timing question, because one impacts the other, right? If it's the full board, then there is a process and the timing notification and all of that. So I'm wondering, did the subcommittee look at other agencies and see if there's some recommendations or approaches that other agencies might have on appeals?
We looked at EPA's Environmental Appeals Board. Greg did a lot of the work on that. Do you want to add something, Greg?
Well, I would just say that in that forum, it is quite strict. So the Environmental Appeals Board in Washington, D.C. does not have a procedure like the one we're proposing, where somebody can, you know, show good cause why they were not able to participate in that. For EAB, it's quite strict. So there's a requirement of participation. If you don't participate, then you lose those rights.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. And just for clarification, right now we're just asking questions, and then later on we'll give you more direction, right?
Correct. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on the standing? One of the most important foundational parts of our work here. If not, we're going to go to the next slide.
I have just one quick question, and that would be, we might want to elaborate on the term good cause. Just so that whether it's the full board or a partial board or a delegation, good cause is subject to a lot of interpretation. And I think we need some more on that in order for there to be consistency. Because the last thing you want is somebody's denied good cause and feels they were unfairly denied good cause, or conversely, someone is given it and the feeling is, why did you give it to them? So I just think that we ought to elaborate some on that to the best of our ability. I mean, there are judgment calls at the end of the day, but I think as much consistency as we can have, where we check some boxes, I think would then we can be fully transparent around why we approved or didn't approve a good cause request.
Moreover, for the board to consider, we don't have to do this. This is just an option that we put out there for you to consider, of the ability to allow someone the standing to appeal. There are other means of participating that will become apparent in some later slides. And so we can do this, but we don't have to do this. Let me check in with Georgette, whose hand is up.
Yeah, no, I actually do appreciate this proposal of a potential engagement to appeal, that the person didn't, participate earlier. So I think this option to me is something that I support. I do have a question, and I agree with Jeannie in terms of defining. I think if we can put some parameters, I think that makes sense. Would the appellant have, if they don't, if the appellant doesn't agree and they do think that they do have a good cause, if we end up with this as an option, can they appeal that?
So I think what would happen there is if there were other petitioners, right, that they were not alone, but others did have standing and there was an appeal that was heard, then the appeal of those parties would move forward, while the person who, you know, asked for good cause and was denied that, they would be limited to raising, you know, what happened between draft and final. So they'd still have that avenue to explore. If they were the only person raising this, then that would be it. They would be limited to that.
Okay, shall we keep going?
Okay.
Alrighty, on to slide 14. We're going to talk for a few slides about what the grounds for an appeal can be.
All right.
Okay. And so currently, if you and I are going to appeal a permit decision made by DTSC, we have a statement of reasons, part of our rationale, which is the decision to modify or deny. And what we're suggesting could also be the grounds for an appeal would be that important permit conditions were either added or were omitted and should have been added. Next slide. In looking at documentation of the grounds for appeal, you find the statement of reasons as just referenced. And in that you find references to either findings of fact or conclusions of law or exercise of discretion, important policy considerations. These are all part of the current program that has existed under DTSC's leadership. And what we've added is a fifth basis for an appeal that would indicate failure to proceed in a manner that's required by law or regulation. And we can come back to this. The next one is we propose to change the current standard, which says that there was clearly erroneous material, and take out the word clearly and just say erroneous. It's a judgment call anyway, and we felt this was better. The abuse of discretion has to do with legal and policy conclusions, but we felt that it was prudent to add that in looking at the permit decision, that there was the failure to proceed in a way that was otherwise required by law or regulation, that there was something, for example, that is currently required by law or regulation that should have been in the permit and is not. Next slide. And here you find in the text that you have in your package, where you see how we've structured this. I'll just give you a moment to look at that. And so this is really the meat of what somebody prepares in preparing their arguments for appealing a permit decision and having to meet one of these along the way. Liz or Greg, do you want to add anything at this point?
I would only add that going back to August, I think that was our first workshop. One of the commenters suggested that we have less deference to DTSC and suggested a de novo standard of review. at the September workshop, there was quite a lot of pushback to that idea. And I think where we ended up coming down on this was basically to preserve a fair amount of discretion to DTSC, particularly around questions of fact, technical determinations, because that's within their level of technical expertise. And we don't anticipate the board having a lot of capacity to delve into and reconsider technical expertise type questions. But we did provide this additional basis. You'll see highlighted here, 3, a failure to proceed in manner required by law. So that would be de novo or independent, because after all, if it's a requirement, you have to follow it, and we don't defer to an agency that fails to follow a legal requirement. We think we're in as good a position to know what the legal requirements are as the permitting staff. So in that respect, it wouldn't be deferential. But otherwise, by and large, the standard of review remains about the same. Obviously, we didn't keep clearly erroneous. That's a little different. And I think the other thing I want to point out here is that in the past, a lot of appeals have been dismissed on the basis that they didn't dispute a condition. And another comment that we heard, and I think one that we agreed with, was that if somebody is appealing a permit decision, they ought to be able to just appeal the decision as a whole, right? The decision to modify or deny the permit as a whole. And so we have that or the conditions. That's a change, because under the former regulation, it's really only conditions in the permit. And then the last thing I'll say about that, as the board member mentioned, we're adding the omission of a condition as something that folks can raise, because we think, after all, if they're saying, look, there's an impact from this facility that it is creating something that needs to be addressed, and DTSC really ought to be requiring something of this facility, and you've omitted a condition, we think that that would be something worthwhile to raise in an appeal.
With that, let's pause for board member understanding and questions.
Yeah.
So Greg, and or the 3 of you, could you give us, the whole group, examples of conditions that might have been omitted in the original permit, or that came into being after that permit was issued because of regulatory changes or non-implementation of regulatory changes, right? We hear a lot of issues coming up, for example, on cumulative impact, right? We heard it again today. We hear it over and over again. And yet that there's thinking about that, but it's codified in the sense that there's regulation or there's law about it, but there isn't necessarily implementing regulation. And what I heard from community groups, from members, and I certainly wasn't at all your workshops, so that's why I'm very interested in hearing from you, issues that were not addressed in the core permit because it's just not orchestrated that way. So how do you think about that? Is that an example of something that could be brought forth that wasn't addressed in the underlying permit, but continues to be an issue for the appellant?
Yes, I mean, I think that what we're going to have to do here is thread a needle, in a sense, because we don't want to put DTSC in a position where they have to then come up with standards that don't already exist. So I think that they're working on having standards that take the cumulative impacts into account, and they'll be imposing those as they roll out. It's we're all waiting for that, and we're having to wait for that a little bit longer. Once that's there, it'll be easier for us to review whether those were applied correctly or not. Ahead of that, if we're going far beyond what would be legally required, then I think that the folks on the facility side are going to take issue with that, and they're going to feel like that maybe isn't correct. But you know, I think the basic idea here would be, and to give a specific example, I mean, this is an easy one because these get addressed, I think, with every permit. But hypothetically speaking, if you saw a permit, a facility come through and there was no condition in the draft permit to deal with dust, let's say that there's a lot of dust that blows off site and contaminates neighboring properties, and that wasn't addressed at all. And if somebody in the community, you know, raised that to DTSC, hey, you know, you should really require some dust mitigation here, which of course they do. But hypothetically, if they didn't do that, then, you know, that I think they would be able to raise that under this standard perhaps easier than they would have under the old standard. I'm not sure that petitioners would say, or that practitioners in this area would say that this is a huge change. The way they explained it to us in our workshops was that the existing standards take a lot of this into account already. But I mean, just from my perspective, I do think that it's best to, or we thought these were good changes to make it clear, you know, what's available out there so that you don't necessarily need to have an attorney to interpret it for you, that it's a little more accessible.
Before we turn to Sushma, I wanted to respond directly to our chair. You raised the question of where there may be a statutory mandate, but the implementing regulations have not yet taken effect. A petitioner under this proposed language could note the statutory language and not find controls in the permit that precede implementing regulations. And I think we should talk further about that. But there are ways to solve that in the interim without having underground regulations. Let's turn to Sushma.
Thank you. In the statement of reasons, the new addition that gets to a failure to proceed in a manner that's required by law or regulation, do we anticipate creating or evaluating a debate on how well the intent of the law has been upheld? Or do we feel that in situations of permit appeals, the law is very clear and it'll be easy for us as a board to make a determination of whether or not the law has been met?
I think that's a very broad question, and it would have to be specific to the situation, because in some cases, DTSC is following the Federal Resource Conservation and Recovery Act of long ago, and it is not that specific compared with what the contemporary DTSC regulations are. And I think that the regulations bring us to the level of operating detail that we need. Not that there isn't room to interpret certain regulations differently. So I think the regulations are terribly important in the DTSC permit development and in our understanding, but we will have to respond to the specifics of what element is actually being appealed. Is it a permit condition or the omission of a permit condition, and where does that derive? What else, Liz or Greg, would you like to add to that?
I think that's a great response. I mean, we're obviously going to have to be working on this going forward.
For the moment, I'm going to suggest that we turn to Liz, who is going to talk about steps in the process.
Were there no more questions or comments? No? Okay. Alrighty. So for the steps in the process, which we're going to be going into more detail, as we spoke already, you know, after the standing order there, the process includes filling out the appeal form, and which will be followed by filing the petition, having an initial order, and then, you know, putting together the administrative record and creating a briefing schedule, which will end with the hearing and an oral argument. And so for this, next slide, please. We're going to be, a lot of these procedures are going to be set in detail in this document, which you all have as well. You should have all received the And we will be going into more detail within the next few slides.
Right. So as the board member explained, we have this document we're calling standing order, and it goes through in a little more detail, what some of the rules of the road are for appeals generally. So it's, I think, somewhat self-explanatory, but we wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to ask questions specifically about that document.
Let's go to the next slide. This will be slide 20. In your packet and available to everyone online go back a moment,
Okay.
is the draft standing order that Greg just referenced. And in it are a number of components where we want the board to understand some choices going forward, and then in due course today to give us direction. Let's go to the next slide. The board, upon granting an appeal, will accept certain issues for review and may reject or dismiss certain issues. All of this triggers preparation of the board's own administrative record of the appeal process, in addition to the administrative record that DTSC would have compiled for its permit decision. This is where we need the board to discuss and give us direction. There's the option for the board to have a mediator role, which could be a board member plus an alternate. And it can be entirely at the board's discretion, subject to board review. But as you look through that document, the draft standing order, you'll see purposefully in italics numerous places referring to a mediator. And we would like shortly to come back to you and get your direction after we ensure everyone understands these proposals about whether we want to do this or not. And we've heard and discussed among ourselves the advantages of whether or not we go down this road. So we are by no means wedded to this and are very much needing your input. Next slide.
So what this shows is just the top of that initial order, and then the initial order also would be where, if the board were at that point to decide that the appeal should go forward, that essentially issues have been accepted for review in the initial order, then the board would essentially delegate the handling of the appeal to a mediator. The language you see on the screen here is just a bit different, because at the top of the screen, you see some passages that have been highlighted just to, again, clarify that delegation could be final, meaning that the entire appeal essentially goes away, that it just goes to the one board member plus alternate to decide with finality, or that it would be a delegation that would essentially come back to the board, that the mediator would essentially hold a mediation session and then make a recommendation to the board, or make a decision on the merits that would then come back to the board as a recommendation. So, but here you can see also in detail what that process would look like. And again, merely throwing this out as an option, should the board decide that they want to, in a particular appeal, go this route. It certainly would not be mandatory.
This is a good time to take your comments and questions.
I
Madam Chair.
would like, a little more definition of mediator and alternate, because alternate, I don't even know who that is, right? Is that a board member with another board member? My first reaction is this board ought to really do its full job. And its full job is to hear the permit appeals. And until we all delve into it over time, the credibility of the board as the people that hear the appeals, I think, could be diminished by a delegation. And then there could also be a sense of who's the alternate? Is that somebody outside the board? Is that a third party? Is that another board member? Unless and until we've got so many permit appeals on our calendar that we're meeting every week, or having hearings, I'm really reluctant. The idea of just turning it over, because it still has to wind up coming back to the full board. I think it should. And then the full board still has to be schooled on the whole thing. So now you're doing it twice and you're extending it 90 days while the mediator now. So I'm trying to understand, why this is a good idea.
Well, so let me offer one explanation and a bit of clarification. So keeping in mind, if the appeal is heard by the board as a whole, then the board can only do so under the limitations of Bagley-Keene. So the board would be required to send out a notice, hold a meeting, invite public comment, and essentially have a public hearing on the appeal in front of the entire public, as any meeting would be. And we think that makes sense for the vast majority of appeals, but and maybe this is down the line a ways, but there may be appeals that are more narrow in scope, that don't really raise issues of community concern, where members of the public really haven't paid attention, and perhaps the only appellant is the facility operator. Those may be candidates for a process that doesn't involve the full board and doesn't, necessitate a full board meeting and all the preparations that go into that. And so our attempt here is to try and define, well, what would be an alternative to the entire board meeting? And so we were thinking, well, that could be one board member or two. My use of the term alternate I was thinking like a jury has an alternate, like you have alternate jury members in case one member of panel A of the jury, can't serve out his or her term on the jury, then you've got an alternate that can step in. I think that was what I had in mind for that. So it would essentially be two board members, but you don't want to have a situation where you have a tie vote, right? So that was the thought process behind that. And so, yeah, I mean, just to put this into context, this is sort of at the stage in the appeal where the issues have been raised in the petition and there's a decision to go forward. How do we go forward? Do we go forward to the entire board in the full level, or is there a possibility, an option in certain appeals to do something of a lesser process?
Let's turn to Sushma for her comment.
Thank you. First, I want to play back what I think I've heard from your last comment, Greg, which is that when the appeals come to the board, we have a decision to make, which is to hear it and address it as a full board, or to choose a mediation route. So it is a decision that we make as a board, which ones go to the mediation route, correct? Right.
So the steps in the process, I mean, let me just, for the sake of explaining this, I mean, so you all fully understand this. I mean, we have this appeal form that gets submitted, and at that point, the petitioner has time after that's submitted to go and prepare a full petition that has the full statement of reasons and goes through the full analysis of all these issues. That then comes to the board, and the board gets to decide, okay, is this going to move forward, or are there some flaws in the appeal itself that allow it to be dismissed? And I'll tell you, historically, a lot of appeals did not make it very far. That there was an initial statement of reasons, but there were various deficiencies that were found, and so appeals were very routinely being dismissed at a pretty early stage. I think in this process, that's going to be happening less often, but we were thinking, rather than have that initial determination be delegated, we wanted the whole board to hear that. So there's going to be an initial determination of, can this appeal even go forward? If the answer to that is yes, then certain things get triggered. Namely, the administrative record needs to be prepared and the briefing needs to be drafted and submitted, so there'd be an exchange of briefs that would occur at that point. And then pretty far down the line toward the very end, after all the briefings in, after the full administrative records available, and probably after several months have passed, then there would be a final decision. And that's where we're thinking there you could do one of two things there. You could have the full board do that final decision. Again, that'd have to be public hearing, public's invited, it's in front of everybody, and the decision is public. Or there would be a mediator process. And we posed this question about what is the role, if any, of alternative dispute resolution in our workshops, because it is a feature of other administrative processes. I mean, all the courts use that kind of a process just for the sake of efficiency, to encourage settlement and to handle some cases that can be resolved without having to have a full hearing with everybody. But obviously those would not be appropriate for facilities that have a lot of controversy, where there's a lot of community concerns. I mean, those wouldn't be the types that would be delegated, in my view.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. So, my perspective at this moment, hearing this commentary, is that in principle, if the mediation route is going to help us drive velocity of the permit appeal process, then it makes sense to create it. However, also in the interest of the fact that we are now in a very early stage of being a board, there might be a situation where we have multiple appeals underway and we want to keep figuring out a way to move them in parallel. It makes sense to have this alternate route. However, I'm just not clear that on like how we make the decision of which appeals are selected for mediation. I hope that regardless of the mediation route or the full board hearing route, we're going to create a very transparent process for the appealing party and the permitting facility to engage meaningfully in open dialogue. So with that said, I hope that's useful input, that I do actually like the fact that we're thinking about alternate methods that allow us to fast track our process.
Right. And we're getting ahead of maybe a little bit. I think we have a slide coming up about briefing, but one of the things we've thrown out in our discussions and thinking about this is that the briefs that are submitted, where the appellants, the parties get a chance to really explain their thinking about why their appeal should be successful, or the opposition to the appeal, that those briefs would be publicly available, that we put them on the website, everybody can follow along, everybody can view those. I think that does help to drive transparency, and there would be an ability to do that then and have that kind of level of transparency, even necessarily without a full hearing by the board necessarily in the end of it.
Let's turn to Georgette.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a question, but I think for me, it's more about, I think the option of having a mediator makes sense after we go through a process ourselves. So I just feel that it might be something that we hold off at this moment, and perhaps the next rendition of updating the permitting appeals process, perhaps we can develop this a little bit further after we go through several rounds and have a better understanding of what's coming at us and how to improve it. Because I do feel that this is such a critical task that we have as a board, that to be handing it off to somebody, I just feel like it's a bit too early for it. So yeah.
This is an important part of the direction to follow, one of the most important. So we appreciate that. Sushma, a follow-up comment or question?
Yes. The mediation approach as proposed, would that involve input from the stakeholders of the parties, or is that a decision that we make as a board?
Well, so I'll answer that because I mentioned we have a slide coming up about briefing, and one of the ways that we're proposing to change briefing from the way it's been done historically is to allow amicus briefs. So that would allow, essentially anybody, I mean, predominantly those come from environmental organizations or industry groups that follow these issues and weigh in on them from the perspective of an outside party. But that would be another way to enable participation and expand participation. And that would be applicable to either process. No, it really doesn't depend on who the decision maker is in that process.
Jeannie.
I just want to respond back to Georgette's comment about timing of exploring this option. And I like that idea, Georgette. I think getting this board fully steeped in it procedurally and all of us, and a year from now, as we have board members transitioning to really to have our internal process and our schooling on this issue so deep that we're able to make the decision of what is best to go to mediation. Because you could then have, it still has to come back to the board, right? The recommendation of the mediator still has to at some point be approved by the board. So the board has to be more deeply schooled in this over time, I think, to be able to be appropriately responsive. I'm a big fan of mediation, so it's not about that. It's about, do both parties agree to it, and do they agree to the conclusion of the mediator, or are they going to appeal that? And the board is still, now we've added 90 days, right? One of the issues that's already come up for both the facilities and the organizations that appeal it is that this all takes too long. So we add another 90 days or something more than that to it before we even get to the phase where the whole board has to hear it. So I feel like it won't expedite things at this point, and we're not, it's going to take us a lot more time on the first few appeals, and I think we all need to understand it. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was, Liz, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's input on this, because personally it's been something that's very hard for me to understand too, as far as the issue goes with transparency and the need and the ask of the public to have everything and the bill to have everything be transparent. And that's something that we've definitely talked about in our subcommittee, but it has been difficult for me to really see how or foresee how this would work, and I definitely like the idea of holding off on this. And one of my other concerns too was the makeup of the board. We might like each other now, but who's to say 10 years from now or even less how the board will look, and what they will decide, what kind of cases go for mediation. So that's something else that I think we all need to think about, when we propose these regulations, is how they're going to be used by, a different type of board in the future.
We gave this a lot of thought, and we definitely recognized the question of additional time, and we wanted to preserve strongly the board's role as given to us by SB 158, as well as to build the public trust in our work by being accountable and transparent. And we really kind of struggled with this question. So we look forward to your direction shortly. Why don't we wrap up the remaining slides of our PowerPoint? Liz is speaking next on the administrative record.
Yes, so Greg kind of touched on this, but part of the process will be already has, creating an administrative record. And so something that we are proposing is to have DTSC prepare the record within 30 days of the initial order, and to have this indexed and bait stamped and available online through and have everything that we've talked about submitted in electronic form, so that once people receive notice, the other parties in this process receive notice, everything itself will be available in one space, almost immediately as it's posted. And so the parties will be able to also file motions to augment or strike material as it becomes available. And so here in the document, you can see, where these proposed changes will take place. If you guys would like to take a minute to read it. And so now if anybody has any comments or questions regarding the administrative record.
You can see by our language that we're pushing to get as many of our documents submitted electronically by any of the parties, and building on a DTSC administrative record for the permit decision, which is also electronically based, so that anyone interested in the matter has access to it online instead of waiting for things to be copied and mailed, which could be quite voluminous. So we're doing our best to make this electronically available in all respects, which makes it immediately available. Comments on administrative records? Let's go to briefing, the next slide.
Alexis, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
think
Georgia.
that the only thing that really pops to mind, I definitely appreciate the ability to use technology because it makes it more available swiftly. But in the other hand, I'm worried that it's too technology heavy. And we still have digital divides that are that our society is still trying to address. So I'm just really I don't know. I'm struggling with it. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I recognize how the information can be made available swiftly, but I'm just worried that that we might be having a gap that we're not recognizing.
We do provide for written materials to be submitted by mail or by courier. It is not a purely electronic world. And so in many facets of our draft standing order and in the other documents in your packet, we do provide for things to be sent to the board clerk in different ways, much as we would prefer to get more things electronically because it helps us get more things out to the public.
Yeah.
So I do think that there are ways around that, and there's always the opportunity for someone who doesn't have access to be dealing with us, with our staff, and saying, can you send me this? Can I get this? I don't think we've excluded anyone that way.
Okay.
Was there public comment on that from any of the community groups in terms of access to the record during your briefings? I'd be curious about that.
There were comments. I think Florence suggested having the materials available at the local libraries. And it could be helpful. The concern we had was that some of these permit case files might be voluminous. They might have several boxes and as part of the record. So that's definitely something to consider. Maybe even just sending the local libraries, some sort of form, notifying the head librarians, that these records are available online in case residents don't have internet access or don't have, Acrobat Reader or something like that. But that's definitely something to consider as well.
And it adds to the informal recommendations we have for DTSC permitting colleagues in terms of engagement with communities at the draft permit stage to ensure that local elected officials and places of public record, like a public library, have access to information about the permit. They don't have to have the whole admin record, but if they are being noticed contemporary with the other interested parties in the community, we think that that will address some of the issues that have been raised in our workshops to date.
Sushma?
My comment is not related to any information presented so far, but curious about how you are logging and tracking the comments received so far related to the appeals process, and if there's a way for the rest of the board to come up to speed on those comments. And I'm trying to understand what areas the bulk of the comments came regarding, and then like which organizations or which members were able to engage on this process.
So what we've done on that is we've prepared summaries of the comments that we received at our workshops. We weren't able to get those up on our website ahead of today's meeting, but we're really, really close. So we're going to have those up very, very soon. We haven't received a lot of written comments yet, but we're anticipating getting more of those now that there's actually documents out there to review. We did get one comment letter last week from Supervisor Solis. Yeah. So we'll put that one up and other letters that we've received up along with the summaries of the comments from the workshops.
Great, thank you. And this would include comments received during the public workshop, maybe that didn't come in writing, but were given to us verbally.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously we have the recordings, but we thought rather than make people suffer through all those recordings to gain the information, we provide summaries of the comments, a little easier to access. Yeah.
Perfect.
There's also, through Greg, electronic storage of all of this work as we make our way through to the reg adoption process, where this will be our full admin record in addition to the summaries.
Right. So we're trying to put together the equivalent of sort of a rulemaking file, right? And have that on the website, chronological order. Everybody can access it and see what was raised and kind of follow the process that way.
Thank you. My comment is regarding a comment that I received during the operating plan discussions about how we as a board are ensuring that all the voices of the stakeholders are being heard, solicited, and responded to. Hence the question.
I think that the number of workshops that we've had provides the first measure of accountability. Those have all been followed by the presentation and discussion and public comments at the board meetings that have followed immediately. Then Greg's aforementioned written comments that we've received from interested parties thus far. And then our regular subcommittee meetings, all of that work is also documented in Greg's administrative record. So there's sort of the larger format. Let me turn to our chair.
So timing wise, and I know we're going to get to what we hope to accomplish at the meeting at the end of January, correct? Which would rely on this record that you're pulling together, correct?
Indeed.
So we'll have an opportunity this month, the month of December, maybe, to get all that up there, and we'll alert our, so we can tell the public that by X date, we should have that material up there so that people can, all of us and anyone, other interested parties, appellants and facilities can see it before we have the final meeting in January. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Right.
you.
After we finish our slides, we were planning to go to board discussion. And take board direction, and we do have the ability to cap our next steps and timeline for you at the right moments. We just
Thank
have a few more slides. Let's introduce you to a couple of other new concepts. Let's go to the briefing slide. You're familiar with the first three players in briefing and appeal: the petitioner, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and the facility itself, the owner-operator. What we're suggesting mirrors what happens in federal practice, which is to allow other parties to file a friend of the court brief, an amicus brief. Not that they can raise a whole bunch of issues that have never been considered, but they could have a role in information provided to the board. We think that this is one way to allow for community engagement without compelling people to become petitioners per se. And that could be managed at the board level. Here you see our proposed draft order and the roles of the petitioner, the department, the applicant, if the applicant is not the petitioner, because as you know, we do have one appeal from the facility itself, and then the timing for the reply brief. Elsewhere in the document, there are comments about limiting the length of those documents. With that, I'd like to turn to Greg to talk about the hearing and the decision, and then we'll come back to you for your questions.
Thank you, board member. I'll continue with the presentation then. So we have the initial order with the briefing schedule, and then once those briefs have been submitted, we have the opportunity then to decide on the so I need to make a change here. So it turns out if the board is going to hear the appeal, then the board must meet in public. It must have a public hearing. And so the material that you saw, I think we're thinking of changing that a little bit, which I'll explain in a moment. But ahead of the board's meeting to hear the appeal, obviously the board has the administrative record it can review. The board has the briefs that have been submitted by the parties. The board can review those. We also think the board should have the benefit of a tentative decision that would help guide the decision-making and put that out to the public, put that out to the parties ahead of that hearing so that everybody comes to the meeting with a little bit of focus on what the ultimate decision will be. And then at that hearing, once the public's been heard, once all parties have had a chance to explain and provide oral argument, at that point, then the board makes a decision and deliberates as it must in public and announces a decision at the conclusion of the hearing, which really we think is a major improvement over the past process, because under the past process, those decisions often were made weeks or months later without the benefit of any kind of public meeting. So you'll see how that's phrased here in the initial order. And I want to point out to you and others following that this language on the screen now is different from what you saw in the packet, what was put out ahead of this meeting, because we changed it, because we realized that there's really not an option for the board to not hold a hearing. So we had taken some of this language from another process where there's an individual who acts as a hearing officer. Well, an individual doesn't necessarily have to hold oral argument, but if the board's deciding the matter, well, the board must hold a public hearing, because under Bagley-Keene, there's no other option. I mean, this wouldn't qualify for a closed session, for example. So there's really no alternative but for the board to hear it in public. So if it's going to the board, it's being heard in public. And so I just wanted to point out that this language is a little different from what you saw before. Apologies for the curveball there. If you are looking at the documents that were provided earlier, you're going to see that they are a little different. And that's the reason why, because really the board doesn't have a choice. It has to hear things in public under Bagley-Keene. So that's my explanation for that. I'll stop sharing my screen. Those are all of the topics we wanted to discuss. I know you probably have some input you want to give us. We want to hear that, but I also wanted to just point out that I'm being told we should take a break at some point. So maybe after we discuss the two topics that we just introduced, we have some discussion on those. Maybe then we'll take a break, Sheena, and then we can come back and do either more discussion or go to the public comment at that point. But let's finish off these couple of topics first.
Madam Chair.
I don't understand how the board could issue a decision not having had a hearing or a meeting. So in order for the board to issue a advanced decision, it would have had to have met. And those meetings are open. So I'm not tracking how it could issue a tentative decision. It has to have a meeting to do that. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe a better term would be recommendation, like a staff recommendation. I think that's essentially what that is.
That's different than a board recommendation. The board can't make a recommendation if it doesn't have a meeting. And so it can't issue that. Whether we have a hazardous waste permit, attorneys, staff looking at it, I can't imagine a scenario where, not having heard it, any tentative decision would be appropriate. But help me out here. Give me an example of how that could work. Not to be difficult, just to be clear.
Yeah, so I think that what we're thinking there would be that we've had the benefit of the petition to identify the issues. In the initial order, we decided which of those are going to move forward and progress. We've had briefing on those. The briefing, takes one position versus another. And then I think in what we're presenting to the board, we wanted to give the board some help to make the decision-making that the board has at the hearing somewhat more efficient than having the board just decide it on its own. And so we're trying to come up with some kind of recommendation that would go to the board ahead of the decision, like a staff report, a recommendation. Probably calling it a tentative decision is a bit strong. That's the term that's often used in court proceedings, but this isn't a court proceeding. This is more like an agency, board level decision. So I'm thinking staff report or something along those lines that just helps to sort of focus what the issues are and make some recommendations about that going forward. But, if that's something that you all feel is unnecessary or, tends to tip the scales in a way that then undermines the decision that the board makes at the hearing, then we're open to hearing that suggestion.
Georgia?
I would just say yes to that.
Alexa, may I chime in real quick before Georgette goes? I just wanted to announce for everybody that after this current board discussion, we will take a 15-minute break. We will return for further discussion, and then we will take public comment at that time. So thank you. So we'll continue with the current board discussion, and then we will take a 15-minute break, return for further discussion, and then we will take public comment at that time. Thank you.
Georgia?
Yeah, no, I think Jenny got to the question that I had about the tentative decision. I just had some issues with that in terms of how is that not a violation? And then secondly, I think it's I was just trying to wrestle with it and justify it as to why we would put our tentative decision. But I do think that after hearing you, Greg, if there is a staff recommendation, I definitely welcome it, and I think it would be useful. But that's not to indicate a position to the applicant nor the appellant. So, yeah.
And it's also possible that we could proceed with this and have our regs go forward and our procedures be adopted at a time when we might not have a staff report, and that the board will be reviewing all the materials and holding public hearings without a staff report. So we should be careful to design a process for ourselves that does not assume that we have staff yet.
Thank you.
Georgette, other comments? Greg? Anything
Okay.
else you want to add to this?
No, I don't think so. Not at this point. I think that you know, we can take a little break and then come back to this. We were thinking that at the end, we've covered all the topics essentially that we wanted to cover. We thought it would be good to break those topics up. We've done that now, but we can certainly continue to have board discussion overall. We can go back over anything you'd like. We just thought maybe let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll give it to the board to chew on this a little bit more, discuss it a little bit more if you'd like, and then we'll move to public comment.
Sheena, could you be clear about the break? If we break now, we'll reconvene at 3?
Correct. Yes, we will take a 15-minute break. Breaking now will be a perfect stopping point. We will return at 3 o'clock where we will continue the permit appeal discussion. We will take public comment and then the board will advise to any recommendations to the subcommittee.
Well,
Okay,
let's
so
start off with thank you to the subcommittee. Let's have a bravo to the subcommittee. That was a lot of work. So thank you all for that.
Thank you.
okay, we will now break and we will return at 3 o'clock.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Sheena, will you please advise as to whether we've maintained a quorum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We maintain quorum by having 5 of 5 members present. And we will now return to the permit appeal presentation as we have further discussion. We will have board discussion. We will then take public comments and then the board direction to the subcommittee. And I'll turn it back over to Member Ruiz and Member Strauss-Hacker.
Thank you, Sheena. So now we will go back to the board to discuss where we will go with all of the, or what recommendations you guys would like to make for us to take and move forward for the permit appeals process.
I wonder, board member, whether we might want to have the public comment first. I was thinking we might save recommendations for the very end. You know, I was thinking we had a chance for you all to ask questions, kind of topic by topic. I don't know if you've got more questions or if more time on that would be beneficial. If not, then we might want to just move to public comment. But, you know, we're open to whichever way you want to go.
So can I have a show of hands from the board? Do you want to have public comment now? Yeah, the hands are okay. And the other thing that I'd like the committee to be thinking about as we go through this is the timeline. And I know that's a lot of stress and pressure on everybody, but I'm looking at January 26th, and I'm seeing that there's a lot that has to happen between now and then that provides enough time for us to issue something, have public comment, come back and discuss it again, see if there are revisions and make a decision. So there's something that has to be added either between now and January 26th, or January 26th isn't going to wind up being a final date. So just keep that in your heads to think about, because I haven't seen a timeline yet that really talks about taking this, all the public comments that haven't been posted yet for the public to respond to and for us to take in. So I feel like that's missing from the process right now. So I just wanted to put a pin on that.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's really good to raise, and I would imagine we're likely to get somebody from the comment asking a question along those lines. So let me just add one bit of explanation here. So the documents that we sent out, we went out of our way to mark them draft, preliminary, et cetera, to emphasize the point that they are our initial thoughts, and we've already seen ways that those need to be changed. So I think coming out of today's meeting, you will see a new iteration of maybe all of those documents, at least the initial order, and some others I know we want to change. And so for those following along, and the public in particular that wish to comment on these, we're definitely interested in your comments, and know that you can comment on what we put out earlier this month, or you can wait and you can see what we're hoping. Our hope here, our plan would be, I think, to make some changes to these documents and then get new versions out as soon as we can, hopefully maybe this week, and then provide a space for people to submit more comments. And then, we would need a deadline ahead of our January meeting. I believe our January meeting was on the 26th, and I remember
on the 26th, but the board will have to meet and give the final okay for you to go forward with the regs that would be presented at January 26th. So there's a meeting missing now, in my view. There's some convening of this board that will have to happen, and opportunities for public response to the proffered regs before we'd come back and meet and make a final decision. So we can talk about that offline, but I want to just acknowledge that there's a step in there that we have to add, and Swati can work with the committee on timeline issues. I don't want to take a lot of time up here, but I do want to note that we've got another step that is missing, given all the feedback you're getting. Thank you. Okay, Sheena, I interrupted you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for everyone joining us, we are now opening the floor for public comments in response to the permanent appeal presentation. If you wish to comment, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone if you have called in. For participants joining in Spanish, please wait for the instructions for the interpreters. And as a reminder, to ensure that all members of the public who wish to speak get to do so, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make your comment. And if you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. And you can always use the chat function to submit your comments in writing, or email it to us at bes.dtsd.ca.gov. And while our English participants are queuing up, I would like to check in with the Spanish interpreters to see if there are any participants in the Spanish room and bridge line that would like to express their comment. And so while they're checking, we will go ahead and call on the participants in the main room. Currently, I do not see any hands raised. I know that we received some comments in the chat. And I do see Angela. Angela, your hand is raised. Please feel free to unmute yourself and share your video if you like. And please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice. And I am not sure that I will be able to say all the things that I would like to say right now in under 3 minutes, but I will try to keep things concise. So what I think I'll do is walk through first some general comments, and then through different elements that we've been talking about. So first, to the point that the chair just raised about another meeting, I just would like to note that if you schedule another meeting in the first part of January, it just gets really hard. So as the board adds substantive meetings, like the meeting you're having today, to its schedule, that has impacts. It has consequences and repercussions, as I would tell my children. And so adding meetings into the schedule that's already set up can be challenging because we have to figure out how to prepare to participate in a meaningful way in these conversations. As to comments on what's before us, I'm going to offer some things that I think as being more practical and some things that are more theoretical. So starting off with the form that you called the notice of appeal and its subsequent and the timing that subsequently falls from that. So in the notice of appeal, as I understand it, what you said is you have to submit the notice of appeal document no later than 30 days after the decision. And then it says no later than 30 days after filing this form, you're required to file a petition with the board. Okay, so I'm concerned that sets up, I file mine on the 1st, somebody else files theirs on the 15th, another person files theirs on the 27th. We all have different dates for when our subsequent documents are due. Maybe the board issues an extension for some reason that comes in during that 30-day period. And so I would urge the committee and the board to think about a way to standardize this timing so that things are clearer and everyone is working on the same timeline. Related to that, I'll just note that in the proposed revisions, on the proposed revisions page, under 66271.18 A2, it notes minimum standards timing. The board shall dismiss any appeal that is not supported by a petition meeting the requirements set forth in subdivision A of this section. I think that means subdivision 1A, and I think that maybe what we're trying to get at here is you can file your notice of appeal and then 30 days later, let's just say 30 days later, you need to file something else. What?
Angela, your time is up.
Okay.
Well, yeah, how many people are online, Gina? How many?
Currently, there are no additional hands raised at this time.
I'd like to extend Angela's time to complete her recommendations, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, but I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what that means. And related to that question, then I would suggest that the committee consider having clear language for each step in the process. I think what we're talking about is a notice of appeal, followed by something that maybe we want to call something like a statement of reasons, followed by something that maybe we want to call something like briefing, just so it's sort of clear where we are in the steps of the process. My second point, in the initial order, it suggests that there's going to be a public hearing to accept or dismiss issues. And I guess I'm wondering about two things. One is, what's the question that's being answered here? So as a member of the public, if I show up to offer comments during this period, what will I be? I can't be talking about this substantive issues. I guess I'd be asking, please accept this, or somebody else would be saying, please don't. And so that makes me want to wonder the purpose of this accepting and denying step at all. Like, why not just have people submit their thing and then do their briefing, and then the board makes a decision on it so that it's a continuous process without that break in it. Third point, the preparation of the AR. I'm not sure how this ends up working, but this document seems to be calling for 30 days after the acceptance of the appeal. Then there would be an AR would be prepared by DTSC staff But then there's also a section for motion practice associated with what ends up being submitted by staff. And so I don't know how that relates to the deadlines for filing what I'm going to call for this conversation, the statement of reasons, because the statement of reasons is key to the receipt of the administrative record. And so if there's going to be motion practice, then that suggests also a step that maybe we would call certification, at least that's what we call it in the CEQA context, of the record when everybody knows the record is set and this is a document, and then you have a date, and then you would key your briefing schedule off of those days. Fourth point, I don't understand this conversation about mediator. In my thinking, a mediator is someone who tries to help the parties to decide, but then this document also seems to suggest that a mediator writes a substantive finding on issues. And so I don't understand, it doesn't seem to me like that's mediation anymore. That seems to me like that's some alternative decision maker. And then I heard the conversation you had about who is the mediator. I don't exactly understand how that works. Next comment about the briefing schedule. So the other thing that you've added, which I don't have a problem with, is an amicus. Oh, wait, I'll finish the point. Is an amicus brief. You have that amicus brief due 30 days after the opposition brief from the staff and the operator of the facility, if there is one. I don't know if there's going to be requests for a notice of an amicus filing that's going to come later. But then it comes in under this current proposal, as I understood it, at the same time that a reply brief would be due from the opening brief. And so then does the opening brief folks get to reply to the amicus brief? Should we bump out the reply? I don't know what y'all want to do, but I think that timing needs to be cleaned up.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay.
Currently, there are no additional hands raised, Madam Chair.
I've got two more.
Okay, keep going.
Two more.
I mean, I think it's important that the team hear these substantive comments, especially since there's not a long line waiting. So I don't see any disagreement on the part of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and Madam Chair and Board for accommodating these long comments. On the oral argument, I don't understand what this notation is about if a hearing officer is listed, and I don't understand what the difference is between an oral argument and a public hearing on the matter. I heard the conversation that y'all had about how these decisions could be made in the mediator and the subgroup. I think that whole conversation is a little bit nebulous still for me, but if there's an oral argument, I think about that as a presentation on the papers that have been filed by parties. A public hearing, I think, as being something that's not necessarily parties. It's other people too, maybe amici, maybe not, I'm not sure, but I don't understand exactly how that process goes together and how those things are related with each other. And then the last bit that I'll note is it's not, I heard the conversation you had about the tentative decision. I wondered about how that tentative decision gets written either way. I am a little bit concerned that a staff recommendation, although I appreciate having somebody hash through the issues can be really helpful, I don't understand how that doesn't really put the thumb on the scale by staff, which the board can choose to do, but I just think we should be transparent and clear about that. And I also am not sure that I understand and I don't think you can make a staff recommendation, but then at the same time claim that there's no position on the appeal. And then finally, I'll just note that I'm not sure that you can do all that stuff and have a hearing and then make a decision right there on the spot. You may hear new things, things may come up, you may want additional briefing, you may want to think about it a little bit, take matters under advisement, one might say. And so although I appreciate the desire to get this process completed, it does feel like this portion of the proposal really limits the ability of the board to engage with the issues and provide a response. And I'm somebody who loves a tentative decision, but it just feels hard to do it in that way. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate all those comments. Do the board members, the committee members want to respond to anything in particular? Take it under advisement. How do you react to the?
I suggest that we continue to hear the next commenter.
Right, if there are any, right? Are there?
Yes.
I
Okay.
do see Matt Williamson. You may go ahead, please unmute yourself and share your video if you like, and state your name and affiliation, please.
Yes, it's Matt Williamson. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I'm going to be preparing with others some formal written comments to go through some of the details, and I won't. Frankly, I disagreed with some of what Angela said. I also agreed with some of what Angela said, and I appreciated she had some of the same points on specific items. So, but we'll include those in formal written comments. Two of the things I wanted to touch on, because we've spent a lot of time on them today, and I've been thinking about them over the past week, were the mediation option. I agree with the comments that were being made. It's unusual to refer to something that's being referred out for a decision as mediation. Mediation is thought of something that's voluntary between the parties, and the parties come to agreement or they don't. But the main point that I really agreed with, and I think it was the chair that brought this up first, is the concern over the mediation as written, just slowing down the process and being a 90-day window. I don't think that makes any sense here. I think certainly the clients that I work with, the permitted facilities, are very open to the idea of having off-ramps for alternative dispute resolution here with the appeals. But I think, having participated in all the workshops, I think everybody's in agreement. We want to keep this thing moving along towards resolution as quickly as possible. So I certainly was happy to hear that from multiple members of the board. The other point is this idea of a tentative ruling. And I actually hadn't thought about it. I guess I'm a litigator, so I go to court and we get tentative rulings all the time. It's standard operating procedure for us. But I heard the board's feedback, and I actually think it's spot on, is that a concern over having a tentative ruling coming from the board before a hearing has happened. But I will say the counter to that is if there can be some documentation that's provided to the parties who are going to be doing the actual argument of what the concerns are, and helping us direct, so that as we're preparing to get in front of the board, we're not having to go through all of the arguments. We're trying to focus what the board wants to hear. That would be incredibly helpful. So those were the two things I wanted to touch on with the board, appreciating there's a lot of folks on the line and limited time, but I'll be submitting more formal comments covering some of the other issues as well. And I just reiterate where we left off before the break. Really appreciate the effort the subcommittee and staff have been making on this. The progress has been great, especially the last couple of weeks. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Matt. And we look forward to your written comments. And as always, the sooner the better.
Yes.
Since we're trying to move this along. So thank you. And finally get to see who you are. I like that. Okay.
Okay. At this time, I don't see any additional hands raised. So if you have not yet raised your virtual hand but would like to comment at this time, please do so. I do not see any additional hands at this time. I do have a comment that we received earlier during the presentation. It was from Susan Richard, and she asked, if we filed an appeal previously on receipt of our new permit, what steps should we take to be sure we are in line for the appeal?
So you're on mute, Greg. Is the implication that this is a facility operator?
Yeah, so that's one of our current appeals right now. We actually do address that in the documents. We can find a way to communicate back out to the parties that have appeals right now. This isn't really a good forum in which to address the current appeals that we have outstanding, but we did think of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. At this time, Madam Chair, I do not see any additional hands raised. And we also do not have any comments from the Spanish line.
Okay, so now it's time to hear back from board members. And let me ask Lizette, Alexis, and Greg, what specific items would you like us to comment on now? I already made my overarching comment about timeline, about clarity on each of the next steps along the way, including January or extending if need be into February, so that we have the most transparent process where we can get the most out of this process and have the whole board can feel good about it and the public can feel like we've done our due diligence. And the public, I mean, the operators and the appellants and the community groups and individuals who have great concern about this. So broad term public.
Well,
Okay.
let me pick off one big category that the board was chatting about, and we've also heard further, and that's the question of, will the board as a whole hear the appeals for the next unspecified period of time? Do you want us to retain, modify, or delete the language with regard to a mediator? And if you give us feedback on that, we can separately talk about the parties' options for alternative dispute resolution.
Okay, does anyone feel ready to move on that issue? In terms of, let me just ask a clarifying question. It would seem to me that in the process of the permitting, if there's an opportunity there for, there's clearly dispute going on before the appeal's even been filed, whether it's the facility itself not liking the permit it got, or community groups or appellants not liking the permit. I don't know if literally don't know, does DTSC have a resolution process that it can bring to bear at that point before it even gets to the final permit or gets to an appeal? And if not, that would be good to know. If so, then that would be something for us to be more encouraging about as a recommendation. I don't know, literally don't know if they utilize that, except in big cases where they've gone into private mediation over months and months with a facility.
So let me take a stab at answering that question. It's a great question. I think it comes up in two contexts. So the permitting staff will accept an application, and they will very often go through an iterative process of providing feedback to the applicant to say that their application is deficient. They call that a notice of deficiency. They'll say, oh, you're missing some things here.
Yeah.
You need to explain these better. And they can go through multiple rounds of that. Those sometimes do go through multiple rounds. And at some point, DTSC may decide, well, you know, enough of this. We've gone through 2 or 3 rounds of this already. We're just going to issue our permit because, you know, you're not being responsive, applicant, to these notices. Right. And so we're going to go ahead. So that I've seen it work out that way. Separate and apart from that process, oftentimes these facilities are subject to enforcement matters and enforcement initiatives by DTSC, and there will be a lot of the time settlements around the enforcement, and that will then lead to a new permit or the issuance of a permit or a renewal or what have you. And so it'll have an outcome in permitting, but that's under the auspices and through enforcement. And so that by its nature, I think, tends to be a little more closed door process. And those, I think, often, well, the notice of deficiency will happen sort of at the front end. I'm thinking that enforcement happens more toward the back end and may, relate to a permit getting issued. But those do really primarily only address disputes, as it were, between the applicant and DTSC. I'm not aware of a process that DTSC has that takes in community concerns
Right.
and
Okay,
reaches
so
the-
we can explore that further. We can have another discussion with DTSC about that. But thank you for that, Greg. I think Georgette.
Yeah, as I started to allude earlier, I understand the intention behind it, and I think it might be worth revisiting next round of updating the appeal process. But I think at this moment, I'm not ready to support a mediator. I think that we would have to challenge ourselves at the moment to really get our arms around this and the whole process, then handing it over to somebody else. And I think if it is an option that we end up with, I think we need to be a little bit more clear, just because right now it's a little bit undefined on who the mediators could be or who assigns. So I have a lot of questions if that is an option, but at this moment for this initial process, I'm not a supporter of it.
Thank you, Georgette. Sushma.
Largely agreeing with Georgette. My perspective is that if there's a way for us to retain the mediation option, I'd like to retain it, with the caveat that the guidelines have to be further developed and be clear as to what situations will we consider the mediation approach, and we ensure that the mediation approach is truly driving the velocity of our appeals process in a way that's also inclusive and transparent.
So Lizette and Alexis, I guess, where are you guys now, you women now on the mediation process? I mean, we're going to vote on this. So basically, see if we have a consensus or a quorum vote on whether we leave or instruct taking out the mediation. So, I mean, that's your goal, right? Is to get direction.
It is,
Correct.
and we may not have to have a vote around it. If we have clear direction from the board, we'll work
Great.
with that.
Okay. And where are you with it?
I am fine with taking out the option for anyone but the full board to hear permit appeals. And we can, as was just suggested, I mean, there's nothing to keep the parties from having an attempt to resolve their disputes outside of the board's public context without the board's involvement. We've seen both the encouragement of that and also the observation that someone generally doesn't want to show all their cards early in the process. So what would be the incentive for doing that? So that aside, I am not wedded to this, and I think that we have ample challenge before us as a board for 2023 in hearing the 2 appeals that have been filed and in getting our process and regulations into effect. So for my part, I could take that out and go forward. Let's turn to Liz.
Yeah.
I feel pretty much the same. Like I said, I've had that question too of how to make this process transparent, and seeing as to how we haven't really outlined that now. And I think it has to do, like Georgette said, really becoming familiar with what these appeals are going to be looking like, and really, I think once we do get through the process, I feel like, as a board, we should be getting more ideas of how to expedite it and how to make it more efficient. And so I would hope that this is something we can come back to if we definitely see the need for it. I mean, there are a lot of permit appeals coming down the pipeline, but I think without knowing the specifics, it is really hard to outline and create this expedited process.
Okay, so I'm hearing that the recommendation to you all is to take the mediator section out, for us to hold it, for the subcommittee to hold it for going forward over time as we further develop our process and have more permit appeals under our belt, so to speak, that this may be a consideration at another time. Is that a fair representation of the group's will? Okay, so the next issue on the agenda,
I would suggest we talk about a procedural matter, which is when the board is looking at the record of the documents that have been filed. And we heard the comments today about how there are various timing and other things that could be made clearer on our behalf. But let's say that we know a permit has been appealed and documents have been filed for us, and the board has scheduled a public hearing to deliberate on the matter. How much do you need a staff report going into the board hearing? It gets at the question that we heard today's commenters reflect on, which is confusion around the quote tentative decision, unquote. And so the options before you are to remove the reference to the tentative decision and reflect on the fact that the board will be preparing to be familiar with the entire record going in. Secondly, we could change what we call that. And if we had staff, we might have a staff report around what are the salient issues on appeal. Presumably, if we've read the record, we would know that too. Three, we could change what we call it and decide what is it that we want. Do we want to be able to reflect back in advance of a public hearing what each of our primary concerns are, so that other board members would know that before the hearing? So this question of what would you want in addition to the DTSC administrative record and the documents submitted by the parties to the appeal, what would you want to have going into a public board meeting on this kind of a matter?
so let me see if I can separate those out just a little bit for clarity. So one is whether or not we want to go into a board meeting or go out to the public with a tentative decision that would have been made by staff and one or two board members. That's what's in your document, correct? So that's the tentative decision part. The second part, I mean, I'm just wondering if we have to separate these decisions out. The idea of a tentative decision being marked by some combination of staff and board before we even meet. That's a question, correct?
Whether to take that out or whether to just relabel it as a staff report and not have it written into the.
I think assuming we have staff expertise on the subject, whether it's hazardous waste engineer, senior scientists, whatever combination, attorney, whatever combinations, we certainly want their opinions to be brought forth at the meeting, but not as a decision, right? As a report to us as to their interpretation of this. That's a factual matter for us to, along with the briefings from the appellant and from the facility, or even if they're the same person, right, the same entity. So that's what I'm hearing is an alternative to this idea of a tentative decision. Am I correct in summarizing that? Okay, Georgette? And then I think, Greg, you had your sort of hand up.
I can share my experience as a previous council member, and when we were taking up some of these cases where we were getting sued for the city in terms of how our council or city attorney would manage it. which was we would get briefings from our city attorney and our council team. Those briefs were confidential. So the parties that were suing the city wouldn't be aware of kind of like the position of what was getting recommended. And then we would have the hearing on it. I'm not suggesting that, I'm just sharing kind of like the approach that we practice at the city. I don't support the idea, we can call it whatever it is, but I think a tentative decision or a recommendation from staff, I just think it's a little bit, it could be problematic. It could be problematic, and I know that Matt Williamson suggested that it would be useful because it helps to create the case, right, in terms of the areas that they would need to address. I can see that being useful, but at the same time, that limits the conversation of the hearing, right? And there could be more information that would have been beneficial to us as a hearing board to make a decision. So I don't wanna taint the public hearing process. And I just feel that although it is useful to have a brief from staff without a recommendation, I think there's the recommendation part of it, tentative or a draft. I don't support that. I do support the idea that whenever we do end up having staff, to have some sort of brief more from the technical side of things, I think that would be beneficial. But that's not to exclude what happens during the public hearing. I wouldn't want to create a premise of what the conversation is what it would take, what's gonna be focused on. Yeah, even though I hear the benefits to either the appellant or the companies. I just find that to be a bit restrictive.
Got it. So you're saying a staff report, but not that doesn't limit us.
Correct. A staff
And that's
report with context
Right.
of background of the appeal, but no recommendation or no opinion from staff, basically to
Right. So
um,
drawing our attention to elements that
correct.
they've dug deeply into it, quite possibly with suggestions of things we ought to address.
Correct. Mhm.
So what I'm hearing, I don't know if others want to comment on that particular aspect of it, because that will help us give things back to the subcommittee. Sushma?
I agree with the comment made earlier about tentative decisions. Don't like the idea of tentative decision. I do like the idea of a staff report or a staff briefing. I would actually also like to see some sort of recommended areas of focus. And the reason the recommended focus areas might be useful is to get to Matt's earlier point about prepping the parties on what sort of oral arguments they should make. And then second of all, I envision it expediting our appeals hearing process. So that we're directing our learnings and our questions to the right areas and driving velocity of the appeal. Like without the focus areas, I imagine our investigation would be very broad and it may impact our velocity. So in the interest of velocity, I like the idea of having some focus areas be surfaced by the staff. We may or may not, as a board, choose to take those recommendations in, but I'd like to see those recommendations.
Let me ask you, are you saying you want the staff to recommend areas that they think we ought to focus on?
Yes.
Then there's the appellant saying we ought to focus on this, and the facility, let's say, saying we should focus. So we need to focus on all those things, right? Because these are public hearings, and the public's engagement in this is as important as whatever staff might recommend or whatever anyone else might recommend. Is that correct?
I think largely correct. I'm envisioning that our staff will evaluate all of the recommendations from the appellant and the facility and so on, and then make a recommendation of prioritized areas of focus for our review. That is what I'm envisioning. So in addition to helping us with the velocity, I'm hoping what that will do is help the staff get trained on this critical thinking and permit evaluation process as a way to build our own skill set within our board staff.
I guess my question is, if that feels like a very legalistic review of it, and part of our job is to take our values, our governance values, our operational values into these meetings, right? So I wouldn't want us to limit ourselves to the 5 focus areas that the hazardous waste engineer thinks we ought to focus on, when there might be community concerns about cumulative impact or whatever the other issues are. Are we, so we're broad enough that we're not eliminating any of the areas concerned expressed by appellants, whether they're facilities or whether they're community organizations, correct?
Yes, so I'm not suggesting that we limit ourselves. I'm suggesting that the staff bring recommendations of prioritized focus areas for us to consider. It does not mean that we go with exactly their recommendation, but it gives us a framework to organize our arguments and our hearing.
But we're not limited to that. We're not limited to that.
Not
Alexis, you had your hand up in response to that.
Until we also hear from Liz, what I'm hearing thus far as part of the subcommittee is that we would delete the tentative ruling, and we would ideally be able to produce a staff report that had neither opinion nor recommendation and could help us in how we conduct ourselves in the hearing. That said, what we as a subcommittee are focusing on is what will become an emergency regulation. And I don't think that we need to, as a full board, specify in regulation whether or not the staff report includes areas of focus. We just don't need to go there.
I understand.
I
We do want a staff report. Okay. Liz? Sorry.
yeah, I agree with the idea of the staff report. I think it'll be important because there are going to be a lot of technical aspects to these permits that we might not understand. And I agree with Georgette that we shouldn't have recommendations to sway us one way or another. And so I guess that's pretty much it. I mean, we would just have to change the way I'm looking at it is just changing the language to staff report and still having it posted online 10 days before the hearing for everybody to be able to review. And hopefully that'll give us all, time to even, develop questions. I don't know if there would be a way to communicate questions to the staff prior to the board meeting, just in the spirit of saving time. Would that be a possibility, Greg?
Yeah, so I think this has been a really great discussion. I am not a fan of this tentative decision either. I think that's not the right word for it. That comes from a totally different process where you've got you don't have a board making a decision, so it's really not appropriate. But when it comes to what is the role of staff, I think the role of staff here would be to provide some kind of technical analysis. DTSC's current decision-making process makes use of what they call a technical memo. So they'll have a certain technical staff person, be it a toxicologist or a geologist, weigh in on a very specific technical aspect of whatever the decision is. and provide some support for those others in the process who lack that technical expertise so that they can make better sense of that specific issue. And I think that might get closer to what would be helpful here in terms of what staff's role is in this, because clearly a tentative decision that's getting
Right.
too far ahead of the
We've
decision
moved off.
process.
I think we've moved off the tentative, so
Yeah,
I think we have consensus about not having a tentative decision. And correct? I mean, we're all
Right.
agreeing on that, right? So thank you. Next, Alexis.
Okay, I'm
just-
going back. Go ahead, Liz.
Oh, I saw a question pop up from Angela asking about clarification of who we mean by staff. And I think we're all in agreement that by staff, we mean our own staff.
The Board of Environmental Safety staff that report to Swati.
Yes.
Okay.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fairly early on in today's discussion, we were talking about the draft notice that we had put together for your consideration. And this is the 2-page form in which somebody would use to let us know that they are filing an appeal. It's the first of a 2-part set of steps. In that, there was a question about, Jeannie, you had raised the question of good cause when someone had failed to participate in the permit process during the key DTSC period for participation. And then on that same second page of that form, we talk about requesting a hearing with the board. At that time, Sushma had suggested that there are things that we could handle as a board and decide offline without the 10-day notice and scheduling a full hearing. So my question, if I can try and put it more succinctly, is if we're going to admit someone else to the process, can that be done in a way that is very specific? And is there an ideal way to do it? Should it be done at a board hearing in person? Should it be done in this way online? Should it be done offline? How do we achieve our goal of being transparent and accountable, but in this particular matter, not holding up the entire appeal process over whether or not we admit a party to standing? Greg, would you amend that in some way?
No, I think that's really well put. I would only add that this convenience that we currently enjoy with Zoom meetings expires at the end of June. So it may not be something that we can take advantage of on an ongoing basis beyond the current fiscal year. So I think are correct to think about that as far as how that process would unfold.
Let me ask you this, though. Can we write into our emergency regulations that that particular item can be done by virtual meeting? And if we have a regulation that allows us to do it, why wouldn't we be able to do it that way?
Well, I think that issue of how the board meets is governed by Bagley-Keene. And so I don't think we would be able to create a meeting process that would not be subject to Bagley-Keene. I think if the board is meeting, it's subject to Bagley-Keene, and we're kind of limited by that. I'm not aware of a way for us to, have a meeting that's not subject to Bagley-Keene.
And so Alexis, what you're asking, this specific meeting to allow a participant who feels they don't meet all the criteria, but they want to, could be done, but in an in-person meeting by 3 board members, correct?
That's not what I said, but that's one option.
Yeah, but I mean,
Another option is that there could be simply a petition to the chair, and the chair would make a decision and make that public. So there are different ways to go about this. A third option is to not admit someone to standing. I don't want to go back and start at the beginning of the alphabet here, but we don't have to have this process to admit somebody to standing. We could simply have them play as an amicus party later in the presentation, as you'll recall.
So the options are, could we appoint a chair to do this independently? So so that's a agree or deny, which leaves you open then to the concerns. If the chair had this responsibility and denied somebody, then you've got people upset the denial who may want to appeal that to the full board. You've got, so there's that. It could be a little fraught if there's a denial. Or an acceptance, because somebody on the other side could say, why did you let that person in without a full hearing? Correct? I mean, I'm just looking at the pros and cons of each of these options. One is you have to have a meeting. 2, you give it to the chair. 3, you say no and you recommend that they become an amici, right? An amici. They do a brief with their concerns. And if we're allowing amicus briefs, that feels like a good place for that. I mean, I like your third option because I think it's less fraught.
Mhm. I mean, we're creating the option of parties participating as in their friend of the court briefs. They don't have to have standing. So we don't have to do this. We don't have to go down this road. So this is a great place for the board's direction.
But then that would also mean that there's already an appeal. So if nobody appeals, and then that person wouldn't be able to give their input on anything if they don't have the decision.
Right. If they hadn't participated earlier. Going back to SB 158, I'm not sure that it was intended for us to sort of provide yet another bite at the apple for people who didn't participate earlier in a full-fledged permit appeal, given the resources involved, this entire board, attorney, EO, etc. And so if there is a hazardous waste permit and a facility appeal, we still give expanded participation through that amicus route.
But they can, so if there was no appeal, is this correct? Just following Liz for a minute. If there was no appeal and there's some public group that for whatever reason didn't get to participate, is not happy with the permit, but nobody's appealed it. Their options are to find an appellant who did participate, to file a brief, to make public comments on the permit, correct? But it's not appealed. So if it's not appealed, then the 30-day mark goes by and they don't have standing, then to Liz's point, they have no currency, correct? They have no standing. So I guess as broad as that world for us to create a whole scenario for it, is it significant? What drove that question?
So just to refresh, the way this works is if somebody didn't participate in that draft permit, then they can still file an appeal, but they're limited in what they can raise. So they can only raise the differences between draft and final. That would be the outcome there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they still have an option to file an appeal based on the difference between draft and final, but no new issues.
Yeah. Issues that could have been raised during the draft permit, they're not allowed to raise.
And Liz, what drives someone to not have participated at all, but comes in later? Is that they didn't know about it, which we're going to correct by having it posted on our website and going out to, people who sign up on ours and encouraging DTSC to get that information out broadly, just have a constant communication? Is it that they didn't know, or what drives it? What's the motivator for this?
Well, based on some of the public comments that we received, one of the biggest complaints was, what about people that didn't know? So it is that, so they would have to prove to us how it is that they didn't, why it was that they didn't know that this process was happening.
Yeah. I guess it would be great to know what goes into not knowing when it's an area of big enough concern that you would be willing to try to file an entire appeal, but didn't even know it was going on. Is it that there was a failure to communicate? I mean, I'm just trying to understand what we're correcting for, right? Like creating a whole process to correct for something that's a big issue, a minor issue. I'm trying to understand it. Does anybody have another perspective, or Liz, can you defend it if you're advocating for it?
That would be it. And I think this is just, you know, it could serve as a catch-all of why somebody wasn't able to participate, you know, during the permitting process. And, you know, if they can't prove it, then, you know, it's up to us to either accept or deny the petition.
But that means we have to have a board meeting to do it. So every group that didn't know, or every individual that didn't know, drives another board meeting. I'm just trying to balance, you know, resources and reality. Like how big of an issue is this? I'm not saying we don't want to attend to the issues, because I mean, clearly we've been doing it for the last 10 months. So we care deeply about it. I'm just really trying to, Sushma, can you add a perspective, or Georgette?
I was going to raise that exact point, which is what problem are we trying to solve, and how big is the problem? And is this the only way to solve the problem? If the problem we're trying to solve is one of awareness, outreach, perhaps we work with DTSC to identify some guidelines, some guiding principles on what does good outreach look like. That's certainly a point that's come up multiple times in my operating plan conversations with stakeholders. So if we can figure out through, perhaps there's an inventory of public comments that you have both already received, Alexis and Liz, that you can pull from to answer this question of, is this truly a problem? If yes, are we the ones to solve it? And if not, then perhaps between now and the next time we get together as a board, we can just answer that question. And that we can, by spending the time to answer that question now, we're potentially saving ourselves hours of work, hundreds of hours of work in the future in trying to evaluate these standing person requests and permit appeal, all the reviews and the hearings that will need to be scheduled for us to make a decision in the future.
Georgette, do you have any thoughts on it?
I'm a little bit torn right now, just because this all stands from continuing to keep the who can appeal and what that requirement looks like, right? And I think we're hearing from the public, although we're not hearing here, but I think it was shared during the workshops that, you know, just a noticing and who's aware is problematic. And unless we don't know what DTSC is going to do to improve noticing. So I just, I don't know how to resolve this or what to propose.
Let me raise another question that came up during public comments, not at a workshop because I wasn't at them, but so if the letter goes out to the geographic area, right? This is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. So it's some radius around whatever the site is. The assumption being that that's the community of interest. And then people have raised the question, well, I'm in Northern California, but I really care about how they deal with this kind of a site in Southern California, because it has an impact on what will happen in a site that I'm concerned about in Northern California, right? So there's that piece where there are people up and down the state who have concerns beyond their local geographic area. It would seem to me that one thing we've accomplished that you've accomplished by recommending the two-part system is you've got the first 30 days to say I'm even interested, right? Then another 30 days to file the petition. I would think in there that everybody, do you have to have done the first one in the first 30 days in order to do the second one? So you still, within the first 30 days, you have to state your intent. That relies on external push out of communication, right? It relies on DTSC reaching as many people, us reaching as many people as possible throughout and our website reaches the whole state. It's not geographic. And we can certainly, in terms of the postcards or whatever they get in the mail, right? The postcards only go out to the geographic area. Electronically, my understanding is it goes on to anybody who signed up. Is that correct?
Right.
So
Yeah, anybody who asks to receive notice will receive it. Right.
yeah,
Do
so
they
you
have
can,
to ask to receive notice about that site in order to receive it?
Yeah. You get
So
on
now
the list
That
for that
was my
facility.
understanding. Yeah.
you've
if you're
truncated it.
if you're outside of the general mailing list, outside of the quarter-mile mailing radius mailing list, or whatever definition that they use, then yeah, you would have to request to be on it if you were interested in that project.
So one can make the case that a much more robust outreach effort would have to be done. And it's not there yet to reach beyond a quarter mile. So if we were looking at, I'm going to use XI just because we already know the radius, right? Quarter mile wouldn't get the job done, right? It might be 5 miles to get the job done, to reach people who have concern about it. So that goes to the idea that, gee, people outside the area, the described or proscribed area within the current policy. Now, we can certainly recommend something more robust. One of the answers I got is it's expensive. That's hundreds of thousands of letters that have to go out, right? Because most people receive these things not electronically. So we're in a very interesting balancing act between wanting to give the greatest possible geographic area an area of concern, and also be efficient and not add hundreds of hours of additional work to something unnecessarily. So that's what we're juggling. That's what you're juggling, right, Georgette?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Where do we want to land on this? Or are we landing? Can we land the plane, or are we?
I'm
I
not
think-
ready. I'm not ready to land
Okay.
myself unless I would love to read through the public comment on this particular, or just to get a better sense, but at this moment I'm not.
Okay.
I would suggest that we don't have, in the workshops that we've held every month since August, I would say that in that record, there is not an answer to the question posed by Sushma and Georgette of who is out there that this accommodates in specific. It's just something we were thinking about, knowing that there were concerns about the extent of the email list and the mailing list. And we came up with 2 different ways to solve it. One is a way in which someone would formally seek to be added as a party with standing. And the other way is to also allow someone to participate, which they cannot do now, with an amicus filing. So let's not wear ourselves out over this question. If you could give us as a subcommittee some direction, we'll go either way, and you still have other opportunities to revisit this.
I'd like to hear from Lizette, being on that committee.
I like the idea of having the ability to hear any any concerns from people, because there were a lot of concerns related to, you know, who has standing, who, and some of the recommendations were to just let anybody have standing, and we didn't feel like that would be appropriate, because then, you know, that it's not just anybody within the state, it could be somebody, you know, out of state, or somebody, you know, with, you know, a similar facility that has something to gain by either, you know, throwing a wrench into the, or muck into the proceedings, you know, some sort of who knows, that facility's competitor. So I feel like this was one way we came up with to really, you know, at least give us the ability to assess, you know, the potential appellant. And, you know, it doesn't always have to be, you know, we don't always have to approve the petitioner, so.
Right, but it does mean we have to convene to do it. So we're adding a process that has to have its own protocols, its own whole process, and we have to be able to have an open process and a decision-making process that that is open and transparent and has procedures and protocols for it so that we're consistent. So it feels like a lot to take on at this, I'm just going to say, a lot to take on at this stage. The amicus brief seems like a good first step with a consideration for assessing if there's anyone that then has been denied access as a result of that, that we could modify these. I'm just proposing a compromise, or not. I mean, we don't have to vote on it, but Greg?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand other than doing it this way, but let me just add one more thing that I think would be helpful here. And that is that, you know, in a court context, standing really matters, because if you don't have standing, you can't participate at all. It's a closed system. But
Right.
with the board making decisions, the board has to have a public hearing. So you're going to have members of the public that are going to be able to testify. People can write you letters. I mean, you're by your very nature open in the first place. So you're going to have amicus briefing, but you're also going to have public hearings where anybody can show up. So I think it starts to sort of take away some of the concern that, you know, we had about standing in the first place, and having limitations on standing. They don't really mean as much with a board, because after all, you have to make decisions in public in the first place.
Right, but Greg, if no appeal is filed and Mary Smith over there wanted to file, she can't file an amicus brief because there's no appeal filed. She would have filed an appeal if we let her, but we didn't let her if we don't have this process. And there may be no appeal for her to file an amicus brief. So I'm going down like that trail only because it could leave out. It could leave out people that would have wanted to file appeal, could have filed an appeal. And don't forget, the actual filing of the appeal is a robust process. It's not like you sit up one night and write us a letter. It's a serious thing. And it requires usually an expertise, a law firm of some kind, or a nonprofit with serious understanding about how to do that. So if that person doesn't have access to that, I couldn't file an appeal on my own. I wouldn't know how to do it, right? I'd have to have a lawyer. I'd have to have somebody. So already I feel like we're creating a system for something that's unlikely, possibly. If the person doesn't even know it's happening, are they capable of filing the appeal?
That's a different question, though. About
I
who is
understand. That's true.
capable
You're
of
frozen.
filing an appeal. How about if we get some input from Susha and come back?
Yeah.
I'm cognizant of the fact that we have some appeals that we need to make a decision on. Is there a world where we can proceed without this standing person requirement hear the first few appeals and figure out if truly there are parties that want to participate in the appeals process have not been able to. And if should this time come up in the future, we can go back to create space within our regulation to allow for other parties to appeal, so that we can move forward now without getting hung up on this question and without having any data. It's hard to make a decision. I mean, yes, we can review public comments, but is that going to be extensive enough? Is that going to give us enough information about this to understand the scale of the problem? And I'm not convinced that it is.
If we were to put forward in our regulation the approach where people who are not presently, who do not presently have standing can participate in other ways, and a year hence, if the board wants to change who has standing, the board's emergency reg authority remains, and the reg could be changed.
I can raise
Are
my
you recommending leaving it as amicus brief? The ability to file an amicus brief, but not to have a board hearing on standing for a person who didn't participate. And we're just talking about that small island of people who didn't participate.
I have an option if you guys are open to hearing it. I can't raise my hand because I'm listed as a co-host. So you guys are discussing the potential of somebody to want to file an appeal who didn't have the ability to, and there may be record of this already existing. So it may be an ask to DTSC permit appeals staff to see if there have been permits that were kicked out because the person didn't have standing in the first place, and determining that. So you may be able to get that record instead of having a question in your heads as to, does this exist? How often does it exist? So there may be record to that already. So that may be something that
right. That's about standing to file, Jessica, not about did they participate. And that's a little bit different. But I think that's a resource for sure. But I think this was, if you didn't participate and comment during the public comment period, then you didn't have standing. So it was a little different, right?
I mean, there may be record of someone who made those attempts as well to file.
Okay.
Just my suggestion.
No, I understand. We learn something new every day here. Are we ready to move forward? Does somebody want to propose the final solution to this? Alexis, I heard you. What's your suggestion?
My suggestion is that board members think about this particular question, and we will certainly be coming back with revised documents. You have the ability to convey to Swati your views on this if you feel differently. One option for moving forward is that we would revise our document to not add standing and to encourage people to participate through friend of the court briefs. As a backup, if it gives you heartburn, we could have the option of a person who wishes to be admitted to standing to be able to petition the chair, and the chair's decision would be the chair's alone, and we could say not subject to appeal. And thirdly, regardless of which option we would choose, after a year of hearing at least 2 appeals, we could consciously schedule ourselves as a board to talk about how this process is turning out and what changes might need to be made. We shouldn't be afraid of rewriting what is really a fairly short reg if we need to.
Okay. Other board members like that whole scenario or part of it?
I like the scenario that Alexis described. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I'd also say that it would be helpful for us to have the same body of information that you both have, Alexis and Liz. So when you send us your summary of comments, we can internalize the public input and then come prepared to drive progress the next time we get together.
Liz, Georgette. I'm a little reluctant on the chair alone, but if that's the will of the group, I'll go with it. But if just want to make note of that. If the rest of you believe that's a fair and equitable solution, I'll do it. Okay. Next item.
I'm unclear. I'm sorry. What should we do?
Take those two. Take what you proposed,
Okay.
right? That it's an amicus brief, or you can file the appeal to the chair, who can make a decision about standing.
Okay.
That's what you're proposing, right?
Okay. We'll deal with those two.
But
And we'll deal
also come ready for when we're making a final decision. To be
That's right.
solid
Come ready.
on what
That's
we're,
right.
yeah. Because
Right.
I'm not ready. I'm not, although
I'm
I'm
not
supportive,
ready
I'm
to
not.
accept the chair part
So-
either. So
But I will do my homework from here till then.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay. Next item.
There are small things that I don't know that we need, Greg had made mention of the fact that there are some small changes. And the commenters that we heard this evening talked about how we need to kind of align timelines, among other things, to make it clear. There are things that we can work on. I don't have another issue to bring to you, but we can talk about timing and next steps. But let me first turn to Liz and Greg.
I think you covered everything that was up for debate.
Greg?
So we were talking just now about this question that would come before the board about whether, if somebody pleads their case and claims to have good cause for being added with standing, et cetera, that's a decision that would go to the board. There's that comes in the context of this kind of step where this initial order is issued. So it would be helpful just for me to understand and know, do you want the board to even do that? Because I think they're together, right? That's part of the decision, but there's another maybe bigger decision about the petition going forward and whether these issues, like the issues that are called out in this petition, whether they go forward for review or not. And so there's another decision. I know that some of you were concerned about, this process. We're going to the board multiple times. It adds time. And so there's a related point of the board's interaction here with the public in the initial phases of this, where this initial order gets issued. Are we keeping that, or are we thinking about maybe making changes there as well?
What do you mean the initial order? What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I'm not following you, Greg.
Okay, so I'll try and explain this a little better. I don't think that came out quite well for me, but so just looking at the process, right? So if somebody wants to file an appeal with the board, they submit this one form, and within 30 days of having submitted the form, now they have to file a petition for review. And just as in the former process, there's a decision that the board makes at that point. Used to be that the appeals officer would make this decision. We don't have an appeals officer anymore, so we're presuming that the board makes this decision early on to decide, okay, are we going to allow this to go forward, this petition? Is it going to go forward? Or are we making a decision at a preliminary stage to reject the petition? That, these issues, they don't qualify, they don't meet the requisite standards. And the outcome of that decision is the issuance of this initial order. So, along the lines of this earlier discussion that we had, the board chair could be empowered to make that decision, or an individual board member could be empowered to make that decision if the interest is to have expediency in the process. Right now, the way we've proposed this is that's a decision made by the entire board that requires a public meeting with the requisite noticing and so forth. That does add time to the process. So it could be that you're all aware of that and fine with that and you want to proceed with that, but I wanted to just make sure that we were clear on that part of it.
Let me just follow on from Greg. In your packet, there is a draft form that Greg prepared that is called the initial order. And one way to think about this is that an appeal is filed, and within 30 days thereafter, the materials are prepared, and we at some point go to hearing. This could be the nature of what happens in our first hearing, because we're not going to necessarily be able to do the entirety of the permit appeal hearing in one board meeting. And so one way of thinking about the initial order is this kind of is what results from our first public meeting on the facility appeal. It describes what are the issues that we've decided to take up as a board, what are the issues, if any, that we've dismissed, and what is the written briefing schedule and so on to follow. Is that fair, Greg? It
Right.
could be, it could be the summation of the first of, let's say, 2 board meetings. And this helps set the stage of what are the issues that we're focusing on, what are the issues we're going to hear. The parties know what our briefing schedule is. We set a date for the follow-up briefing. So this is more of a procedural thing than something more weighty. Just think of it that way, that this kind of captures what happens in the first public meeting of the board on the facility appeal.
Right, so that's exactly what we need, a timeline, a scenario laid out. And you can use any one of the existing appeals that the 2 existing appeals that we have, right? Like walk it through the whole process with a timeline, because that's given our calendar, like starting with today to January to February, walk us through those 2 pending appeals, put them into a timeline so that we can move forward. Are we accepting the both appeals, one of them, none of them? What meeting would that happen? And then when would the next thing be? So now just map it out, right down to a calendar so that we can communicate with the appellants and the facilities involved in these 2 permits as to what kind of schedule we anticipate literally. And that piece, now that we have some guidance from the board and the things we're willing to do and not willing to do, let's create a timeline for the 2 appeals, using those as our examples. Yes?
I'm struggling, Jeannie, and maybe you can help me here. I think if I knew that we had an emergency reg that was going to take effect, I would feel more comfortable being able to make up a timeline or a scenario. But I'm feeling the tension between diverting from the task at hand, which is getting us to an emergency reg and admin procedures, and going off and looking at the 2 pending appeals and trying to figure out a timeline.
Not even trying to answer them, just trying to slot it. You know, if you have an appeal,
Okay.
what would you do? What would the order be and how long would it take before we get to it based on these regs? You're going to have to defend that
Yeah.
at some point anyway. Right? We are going to have to defend it.
I think I'm hearing the difficulty because I think there's 2 bottlenecks. One is that we need to define. One is an appellant can say, hey, I want to, they're going to do the form within the 30 days. And then there's 30 days to write up their case, right? And then there's somewhere after all of that, the board is meeting. And I think when we decide the first board meeting at this moment is either we go by what's calendared or are we calling a special meeting?
We might have to.
Well, I think that's where the bottleneck is. That I think we're asking the subcommittee to create a timeline, not knowing, are we going to, how quickly are we responding to the first necessary board meeting to give direction? That's unknown. So I think we need to make a decision.
Let me ask a step back question to see if it helps us. There are 2 pending permit appeals that I think skip over step 1 of our new process because it wasn't in place. It wouldn't be fair to those 2 appellants to suddenly add now step 1, 30 days, tell us you want to file an appeal. They already did it in good faith. I would say that this board ought to accept those 2 appeals as appeals that need to be heard. Going forward, we'd put our emergency regs into place where we'd evaluate whether we'd even accept it. But I think for the 2 that have been languishing for months now, I think we have an obligation to hear those. I don't think we should do step 1 for those, where they file this, right?
Jeannie, I think,
No?
I don't know if our council can weigh in here, but I think that's a agendized decision that we're gonna need to decide.
Right.
I don't think we should be making that decision right now because A is not part of today's discussion.
Right.
So I don't even think we should be using those current pending appeals as an example. We should create a ghost appeal. And just because we're walking a fine line.
I was looking at parallel tracks, a ghost appeal, and then what are we doing? We have to
I
give
don't think we can have a conversation of how we're going to proceed with those appeals. Greg, please step in.
So, right, I mean,
Okay.
what I
Just-
proposed, or
We
what,
should not even have a discussion on how we're going to be proceeding with those appeals
to
right
even
now.
have them. Okay.
No,
right.
because they're not part of today's agenda.
Okay. Good point. Point taken. Okay.
I think to bring it back into this part of the process. How do we bring it to this part of the process? What is the current suggestion?
Well, I think the question is, are we moving forward with this process, tying an emergency appeals process, right? Because then that would give clarity in how we're going to be moving forward as a board to make decisions and how to proceed.
Well, the question right now, I think that we're stuck on is whether or not we as a board decide whether to allow for the appellant to make their case, right? We didn't answer your question, right, Greg?
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, what I've been hearing in about overall is that the board really has an obligation now to take these issues up and to deal with them, and intends to do that, even if it does create a bottleneck or adds time to the process, because it's important to do that at this initial stage early on. And we identify, I think, some places in the future where we could have some economies and streamlining and delegations, but that's, I think, maybe for down the road a ways. And that going forward, if we have things that err on the side of having a lot of public participation and a lot of meetings and a lot of time spent on that, then maybe that's okay, because we're early on in the process, and that we should use that to inform our ability to come up with some shortcuts and streamlining down the road.
I like that suggestion of really, proceeding with it as is. If we have to, I doubt we'll have to add a meeting. I feel like we've had more than 6 meetings, and it shouldn't add that much time to our schedule. I'm hopeful that this meeting online option stays. I mean, there's a new COVID resurgence. Who knows how things are going to be? I know that we can't count on that, but I think it is important for the board to make as many decisions as we can, and we'll see. We'll see how long it. I don't think it would add that much time. I mean, what's another month? And some of these appeals might line up accordingly to our schedule. So it's just so hard to tell now, so early on in this process, without having lived through it.
I see Swati's hand raised.
Yes, I know that we're deliberating about whether to have another meeting or not, and I suggest so that we can move on and review the timeline that the subcommittee has in terms of if there is an additional meeting or not. This is something that the subcommittee and I can work on and inform the board. But I think rather than deliberating back and forth on this, let's move forward, and the subcommittee along with myself can make that decision and see if we need an additional meeting or not based on the timeline.
That sounds good. Do we have any other substantive issues, Alexis, Liz, Greg, that we need to address?
I don't think we do. And I think that because we meet regularly, we'll try and take up all of these rather than try and recap them now. I just think that that would be better. We could forecast a timeline if you want. We could also at some point take a shot at what you were asking, Madam Chair, which is without looking at the two appeals that have been filed, we could look at a hypothetical timeline.
That's all I meant. That's all I meant.
Yeah.
Right.
What does our process look like? And in putting together a hypothetical timeline, it might help us iron out any glitches that were raised in the public comment earlier about ensuring that if there were multiple appeals filed, for example, that we can normalize at what point we deal with them and respond to them. So why don't we just take the collective input that we've got, and our subcommittee will be meeting on Tuesday. Why don't we see what's possible, and turn to Sheena for a moment.
I just wanted to mention Angela Johnson previously during board discussion had shared additional comments that I would like to read out before we close out this agenda item. So Angela Johnson said she forgot to note that she said, I would like additional insight into the questions about pending appeals. There was a comment that some appeals may only be from the applicant. I'll just note that because there is an amicus process, non-parties may still wish to have input using a public process. Many courts do not offer a tentative decision. I'll also note that the judge directs that tentative decision. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, take a deep breath, everybody. That was fun. Okay, don't know if we still have an audience out there, but
That was huge.
that was huge. That was a big, heavy lift. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to our commenters, Matt and Angela in particular, and a couple of other notes in the chat that I think address other things. Okay, we have two other big items, two, three, four other items, and we're going to, what should we go to next? Should we go back to the Ombuds presentation?
Yes, sounds good, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being so patient today. We originally wanted to have this first, as we understood that the permit appeals discussion was going to go long. We wanted to give this presentation a little bit more focus, but unfortunately my apartment tried to basically I had to call the emergency. So, but I'm back and I'm safe and everything's good. So I'm prepared to give this presentation. Today's presentation is going to be very similar to the one that I gave in November, but we wanted to give it again just to make sure that the public had this information and that we were able to have a more thorough discussion about the topics that are in this presentation. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide information to the public and the board, to garner feedback from the public and the board, and to have an open discussion about the duties of this position as focused by SB 158. So I will first start by discussing what an ombuds is in a general sense, and then what that means for DTSC specifically, the Department of Toxic Substances Control. I will provide information on tracking and reporting, which includes a brief breakdown of inquiries that have been received so far. And then finally, I'll review part of what SB 158 says and the 4 key areas for establishing the duties of the program, including how to contact. So next slide, please. The core of this program is to be an impartial resource and impartial and confidential resource to the public that is impacted by the work of DTSC in the receipt and evaluation of inquiries. So triaging them and then performing the often likely iterative process of tracking, evaluating, following up, and analyzing the resolutions that are sent out. So I see this position and the work of this program as an integral support to the board's efforts to improve DTSC's transparency and accountability and strengthen fiscal responsibility. And this is by assisting public seeking information, discussing concerns and conflicts, and by identifying available resources. So an ombuds in general is an advocate to the public. So specifically as the ombuds, I'm first and foremost to advocate for the public that is impacted by the work of DTSC. I'm here to listen and to learn and to create pathways to resolution. Next slide, please. Okay, so a couple of terms on the screen right now are, I've used some of them in my description so far, so we're going to go ahead and go through them really quickly. And so I just wanted to share these terms so that we're all on the same page when we move forward through the discussion. And just to note that the Spanish side follows the alphabetical order of the English version. That's just to prevent any confusion about referring to them later. So an inquiry is any complaint or suggestion that's received by the ombuds program. A matter is any of the DTSC sites, facilities, programs, or actions. We already reviewed the ombuds description. Public is this all-encompassing public definition that includes community organizations, industry groups, DTSC employees, basically any interested stakeholder is included in that definition of public. And then the work of DTSC, again, is any matter under the jurisdiction of DTSC. So these are pretty broad definitions. And so this is how I see the position. Next slide, please. So I am working with our OEIM folks to develop the database. Currently, the inquiries are being tracked so that they can be eventually loaded into this database, but so that this database creation may take some time, and in order for it to be functioning and appropriate, so in the interim, they are being tracked in another way. So we're going to have, in addition to the basic contact information, date and time, the database will also include resolution tracking, the type of whatever matter, the location or region of that a matter is located in. And these are all, all of these things will help to, in the generation and analyzation of the inquiries. So when creating reports and recommendation is how these are going to be utilized. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the discussion of how reporting, and this may be something that we might want to come back to later, but in a general sense, I will be presenting to the board on trends and program updates at board meetings. I have weekly scoping meetings with the chair, Jeannie Rizzo, with the executive officer, and with the board priority member, Georgette Gomez. And at those meetings, we will discuss the inquiries and then determine if further board members based on priority area may need to have briefings as well. And then at least annual reports and recommendations, and those would probably likely be ahead of the legislative season. But may be more frequent. Next slide, please. So the SB 158 provides specific language directing the board to establish procedures for the duties of the ombuds in 4 specific areas that are listed on the screen now. They're a little bit abbreviated, but so I will review each of these areas and what progress has been made so far on these, and then ask for feedback from the board and public. Next slide, please. So the BES website, again, has a daughter page for the Ombuds program. This includes a brief explanation of what an Ombuds is and ways to submit inquiries. The BES website the DTSE website has been updated as well to include BES in more areas and reference the Ombuds page as well. And I'm working to get the Ombuds contact information added to the Cali PA web page as well. I and then future staff of the Ombuds program will attend community events, as well as possibly hosting listening sessions in 2023 to hear from public impacted by the work of DTSC. And then additionally, I accept referrals from engagements that the board members have as well. So anytime that a board member sees something that may need to be referred to the board, there's mechanisms to refer that to the program. Next slide, please. So these are the forms for submission. We have an 800 number, the email box, the intake form, and also at public meetings or board engagements are ways that folks can submit their complaints. Primarily the email and the online intake form are the easiest to track, but any of these methods are going to be appropriate ways. Next slide, please. So the criteria for prioritization is something that I really want to dive into. Emergencies is a separate issue. Those are automatically referred either to local law enforcement or they are referred to the Cali PA hotline. And then going down the list would be matters receiving inquiries and not receiving a resolution would be maybe escalated. And then initial inquiries about a DTSC matter or non-DTSC matters would be at a lower prioritization. So next slide, please. Okay, so the program needs access to information, to DTSC information in order to understand the activities and opportunities for involvement in the DTSC regulatory process. So my recommendation would be that DTSC staff documentation and briefings would be available to improve the knowledge and understanding for the program. So my final slide, next slide, please. final slide is going to be the contact information. Again, I want to just keep that up here for a while for folks while we go through our discussion in just a moment so that people can write that down. Again, it's also on the BES website as well. Okay, so to the board members, if you would please start anywhere within the presentation and provide feedback on any of the things that you guys are noticing or wanting to provide feedback on.
Okay, speak up.
Before the board members chime in, I just wanted to add one piece just about the timeline for this. So right now, at this board meeting, we are receiving input from board members. We are also engaging with DTSC staff on what this prioritization looks like, what the feedback loop looks like. So the idea is that over the next several weeks, along with the subcommittee of Chair Rizzo and Member Gomez, along with our ombuds, will take in the feedback, fine tune this, and then ideally at the January board meeting, hopefully at the January board meeting, come up with a more fine-tuned framework of what the framework looks like, as well as the feedback loop with DTSC looks like. Go ahead, Member Bhatia.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you, Jessica. I have about 2 or 3 questions here. It may make sense to just go back and forth after each one. The first one is on the tracking slide. In terms of the issues that you take in and you log and you track, will you be tracking the questions and issues raised at board meetings by board members that may not be directly related to our work, but are related to DTSC's work? How do you expect to track or engage on those issues?
Okay, so are you speaking about when you have board engagement outside of board meetings and then bring it into a board meeting, or can you repeat?
Sure. So during board meetings, we get public comment about issues that may not be pertaining to our scope directly, but pertain to DTSC scope. We also hear about those issues that come up during public engagement or community meetings, for example. Will you also be playing a role in maintaining this inventory and holding, passing it on to DTSC and driving some resolution on those matters?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for rephrasing that for me. So I did skip over a whole portion of my presentation where I talk about that we have received 50 inquiries so far, and those have come from the BES info box, as well as I have started reviewing all of the previous meetings for determining the public comments that pertain to the work of DTSC. So those are, I am in the process of getting those into the tracker at this time. So that is something I intend to do now and going forward with future meetings.
Okay, thank you. My second set of questions is related to performance metrics. In the slide that's titled Methods to Encourage Submission, I believe that's slide 7. How do you plan to drive awareness across all stakeholder groups to encourage submission? Like, will there be some sort of tracking based on the types of groups of commenters, and how do we expect to expand our focus to make sure all voices are being heard?
So I can definitely add a mechanism to track by group of commenter. I think that's a great suggestion. And then that way we can provide a more targeted outreach depending on, if we want to reach certain areas. So I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah, and that can be easily implemented.
Thank you. Staying on the theme of metrics, my next question is, can we track the turnaround times or resolution times for the issues that come in, specifically issues that require DTSC's resolution as a way to also drive accountability.
So that is something, resolution tracking is included in what I'm trying to produce as far as the tracker. Eventually the database will make that easier, but I think the resolution tracking and the feedback loop and being able to track each portion of that is really important.
Yes. And if you can, as you're tracking, I realize that it's harder to go back and collect data from issues that were raised in the past, but it would be good to also understand, to the extent you're able to track this, which program or department unit within DTSC the issue is pertaining to, so that we can get down to that level of detail in our accountability.
Yeah. So that is one of the items that's in the tracker right now.
Perfect. My last comment for consideration is slide 9, which is criteria for prioritization. Something to consider might be like a pending permit decision by DTSC. Maybe that requires that we more urgently engage. So any time sensitive aspect to reviewing and considering issues raised.
Okay, so time sensitivity.
Yes. An example could be a pending, like a permit decision is imminent, for example, that could be one.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Or like a cleanup that has like a draft or a comment period. That's, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, or it could be that, DTSC has issued an RFA for a contractor to do some sort of cleanup, and then there's a community or an organization that's raising concerns about the process and so on.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, please go ahead.
I was wondering, when we have the agenda item in every board meeting for public comment on items not on the agenda, for example, if we use today's example, there was a concern expressed by our participant about, for example, air monitoring relative to the Zeneca site. Does that fit under your big tent of taking that comment and following up within DTSC? I'm just trying to make sure that we have accountability for the different comments that we get in that specific agenda item.
So I only heard a portion of that. Again, I had to evacuate my building, but I am going to be listening through all of the previous meetings. I've listened to a handful so far. We have had several this year, as you guys know, and it is coming up on my radar that I also should probably listen to the permit appeals workshops as well, because there may be things about the permitting process that will be important to that need to be included as under the umbrella of inquiry, right? So I will be re-listening to the public comments that were received at today's meeting, and if this, it probably is relevant to the work of DTSC, it may need to be something that goes in as an inquiry. So likely, I assume, yes, that would be tracked.
Yeah, I'm sorry about today's hiccup for you. I just meant generically, in your ombuds role, you're picking up on the comments that we get in the public forum part.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Jessica. It's really coming together. You must be pretty proud of it, despite being displaced today. When we're talking about prioritization, and that's always tricky, right? You've got things that are timely for different reasons. They're urgent to the person making the comment. Thinking globally about, as we set our next board meetings and the geographical locations for them, and also the ones that we've already had where we've done tours or community engagement, I'd like to see us, think about a prioritization that that we don't lose the engagements that we've had over a long period of time, that we don't have a big delay in responsiveness, especially when the board's been engaged. Am I making sense? So if we just came back from Bakersfield area, there's a lot of public comments on that, for us to wait 3 or 4 months to respond to those, just similarly to our July meetings, we have to have a way where we take a look at those, and we can do those in our weekly meetings, but I think that's important. Or if board members identify something, a connection or a community concern or a business concern that they feel needs to be prioritized. I know that puts pressure on you with your prioritization, but this doesn't include the criteria for board priorities, right? As to what issues might be really important for the board to have you come back with a report on, because it's really relevant to something that we're working on. So, because it's emergency inquiries without resolution, how do we decide on, you've got 50 things to do, right? So how do we prioritize those 50 while we're doing our catch up, or redelegating them, or at least communicating back? And certainly as the board goes into geographical areas, understanding those areas better and the concerns that have been expressed already by people in those areas would be really helpful to us. I don't know how you do that, but I hope you will.
So are you talking about prioritization, or are you talking about prioritization and like this responsiveness loop?
Yeah, it's both. And
Okay.
those areas where the board has been really engaged, a geographical area or a community around a particularly fraught site or something that comes in front of us, to the extent that you can go deeper into those and bring it back to us, would be really helpful. Should I pour myself some coffee? Would that help? I'll move on. I'll go over that with you at a meeting then.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Batian?
Thank you again. Something Jeannie said prompted this question in my mind, which is, I expect, Jessica, that in our future meetings, you'll provide a regular report that talks about the kinds of issues that were raised, the number of issues resolved, and open topics, and so on. It would also be good to have you prioritize some issues for DTSC to respond to at our future meetings. So, for example, the issue that example that Jeannie provided on Excite meetings, we heard many issues raised by community members during those Excite community meetings and the public hearings. We've also heard from Meredith that those issues are being looked at and resolved by DTSC, but it'd be good to get DTSC to come back at a board meeting and talk about which issues were sort of checked off and resolved as another way to drive accountability. Thank you.
Sorry, I am taking notes. I appreciate all of the feedback. Executive Officer Sharma.
I just wanted to add, thank you, members, for your feedback here. And, when we're looking at the prioritization, if right now we have 4 different categories, but if you think we should add additional categories and it should be broken down into 5 or 6 or 7, I don't want to create a ridiculous amount of options, but this is where we want to hear from you if you think we should break this down even further. And then same thing with the reports. If it would be beneficial to have, a certain type of report, what should be in that report at the board meetings? What is it that you're looking for? This is the feedback that I think Jessica and myself would like from all of you, is what should be in these reports, how frequent should they be, And then the framework, what is it that you would like to see?
To that point, I want to say that annual, I think, is for a major report annually, we will miss a lot. So I know we'll be having updates and there'll be board reports, but I think quarterly, this area is of great interest to the legislature. It came up certainly during, I don't know if it came up during your interviews, but in my pre-interview, the role of the ombuds is very important to them. I think that we're going to want something more frequently than a big annual report. I think we talked, I don't know what that means yet, but I am really looking for board input on what should be in that. That satisfies our obligation to provide this, because it also goes into our evaluations. So by program, like those issues that came up that are specific to a program within DTSC or a BDO within Cal EPA, right? So that we can understand, is there duplication or conflict or confusion? Then the last thing is, are there misperceptions on the part of the public as to DTSC's role? How many of these things are, oh, they're not ours, they're water board, oh, they're not ours, they belong to Department of Public Health? Because part of, I think, one of the challenges DTSC has is that people either over understand or under understand its role, and everything that's wrong is DTSC's issue, which a lot of it may be, but some of it isn't. So to the extent that we can capture things that really fell outside, we'd have a better idea of how this DTSC brand is understood out in the community.
Member Ruiz?
Thanks for this presentation. It's really helpful to better understand how all this information is being gathered. And I too look forward to being able to look through this or even reach out to you perhaps before we meet with public, you know, in particular sites when we do our site visits, and see if, you know, there are any concerns brought up through the ombudsperson related to these sites. I think that would be really helpful for us to be able to bring those up to either the, you know, whoever's, you know, if we have any other facilities, or if we have any presentations from the community. I think it's really helpful to really be able to hopefully reach out to you and get maybe, you know, if you could show us how to do it, or if you could do it with us, you know, get a full report on particular topics or particular sites. I think it'll be, you know, just as beneficial as when we get briefings on these sites before our visits.
Definitely.
Yeah, there may be 5 or 6 questions that we should routinely be asking, right? That there's a theme of questions. So as we meet with community groups, there may be things that we want to ask that would, you know, that are derived from the work you've already been collecting. So I think we can be more intentional in our community meetings as well. I think to your point, Liz. Yeah.
I definitely think that setting up briefings in advance based on regional topics of interest for community members would be helpful. And as the ombuds program becomes more developed, I think that that's something that is a possibility.
Right. Okay, Jess, do you have what you need? Swathi, did you get what you need?
Yep, and we will come back at the next board meeting and take in all the incorporated edits.
Okay, I assume we go now to Sushma. Thank you, Jess. Is that
Sheena?
correct?
Not exactly.
If we're still on the ombuds presentation, we will open up for public comment.
Thank you.
So for our participants who are joining us, at this time, we will take public comment for the ombuds presentation. If you would like to express your comment, please raise your virtual hands. And if you've called in, please press *9 on your phones. I would also like to ask the Spanish interpreters, if you can please notify me if there are any participants in the Spanish room or in the bridge line that wish to express their comment, please let me know. Okay, receiving confirmation that there are no comments on the Spanish line, and I'm currently not seeing any virtual hands raised in the main room at this time. And as a reminder, you can always submit your comments in writing. You can use the chat function, or you can email it to us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov.
Thank you all again for your time.
Seeing no hands raised, I will go ahead and turn it over to Executive Officer Sharma.
Actually, I think we'll do a 10-minute break first, because we've been all sitting here. Let's take a 10-minute break and then I'll do my report afterwards.
So 10-minute break, we will be returning at 5:18, everyone. Thank you. Yes, at this time, we maintain quorum by having all members present.
Great. I know we are running a little late, so I'm going to go through this a bit quickly, and we can do a deeper dive during our next board meeting. So I'm going to give you just a report on a few items. Next slide, please. So budget, we currently have our August numbers, so July and August for the 2022-2023 budget. And I just wanted to thank the DTSC budget teams for getting me some of these numbers. I know that there's been some delays because of a transfer over to a new system, so it's posed some challenges. So thanks again to that team. As you all know, we're authorized to have a budget for 5 board members and 12 staff positions. We have a total budget of $3.1 million. Of which, after we have the distributed admin that's taken out of that, we have $2.67 million, which goes towards our staff as well as other budget needs. Through August, and again, this is only for 2 months, July and August, the total board expenditures were $159,500. After we take into account some of the distributed admin as well as the expenditure, we have a total remaining budget of $2,604,458. I'm hoping by the time we have our January board meeting, especially many of the contracts that we have, many of those invoices have not hit this budget yet. So I'm hoping to have more accurate numbers for you all at that time, but I can share more details if you all like. Next slide, please. Hiring, we currently do have a position posted. We have the senior hazardous waste engineer that's currently posted. So I encourage everybody to check out that posting. Please share and distribute. We also anticipate to have 2 additional positions that will be posted hopefully soon. One is the environmental program manager 1 position, and then also an associate government analyst position. So hoping those 2 positions, along with the senior hazardous waste engineer position, hopefully we can hire those on soon so that we can continue to grow our team. Next slide, please. I just wanted to do a recap of 2022. It's been a busy year, and the board did accomplish a lot. You all had 8 board meetings. There were 5 workshops, including permit appeals and operating plan. By the end of 2022, we have a operating plan workshop scheduled for the 15th. So by the end of 2022, we will have had 5 workshops. And then when it comes to engagement, The board members engaged with over 65 different, this includes the regulated community as well as community organizations. So the board has been pretty busy, and you all should be proud of yourselves. So over 65 different engagements with different organizations, including the regulated community as well as community organizations. Next slide, please. And then here's a list of our anticipated upcoming board meetings. As we discussed today, we may be adding an additional one depending on what the subcommittee for permit appeals suggests, either sometime in January or sometime in February. We also have board meetings listed out through October, and we may add additional board meetings in November and December, but these are the anticipated dates. They're all on a Thursday, so easy to remember. And next slide, I believe that's it. And wanted to see if the board had any questions. As you can see, I'm trying to zoom through it quickly since I want to be respectful of everybody's time.
I want to just say, Swati, you've been doing an absolutely amazing job and carrying such a heavy load every single day. That slide deck does not begin to tell your story. And I think everybody on the board knows that. But I just really feel like it's really important. And Sheena, you have stepped in, and I know the two of you have worked hand in glove. You're amazing. So I really want to compliment you and just say how grateful I know I am, and I think the whole board is, to your dedication, your smarts, your diligence. And you know, you do your best to keep me in line. I know it's not always easy, but I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been such a pleasure to work with all of you. I mean, this is an amazing board, an amazing team. So I look forward to it every day. So thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it.
Every day we work with you, we realize how lucky we are and having you support us and your patience for us. It's amazing. And just your dedication and your long hours. I mean, I was so happy to see Sheena step in and Greg really come in and take some of the work and hopefully, you know, just keep being hopeful that you know, once more staff come in, that the work will be more doable within, you know, more reasonable. Thank you.
Me too. Me too. I'm lucky we have a great team. So thank you.
Am I supposed to do something now?
If there's no questions from the board, I guess if there's any public comments.
At this time, we'd like to open up for any public comments in response to the executive officer report. So at this time, if you would like to express any comments on this portion of the presentation, please raise your virtual hands. And I will check in with the Spanish line to see if there are any comments in the Spanish line. Currently, I am not seeing any hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, thank you. I think the next part of the agenda is to have Sushma present on the operating plan. And then if there's any priority area reports that anybody wants to make, we'll go into that next. Then minutes, then I think we'll be close to a wrap. But and then at the next meeting, one of the things that I'm tasked with is as we prepare for beginning the assessment of DTSC and programs, it's becoming clearer that in addition, or not instead of, but we need to be thinking about the various programs within the department, within DTSC, and which board members are going to focus in on those individual programs in terms of their performance, understanding the performance metrics, and whatever issues there are. So be looking across. I mean, things like finance and admin and HR, I think, are pretty much going to be, unless one of you jumps in and really wants to do that, we need to be looking at the programs within DTSC and then the BDOs that intersect with DTSC, because that'll go to our assessment going forward. So just in case you thought you had the entire load that you'd have to carry, we have to add that because we can't do an assessment till we fully understand how they intersect, right? So we'll be talking about that at the January meeting, but it might be something you want to start thinking about what your area of interest is. In terms of priority areas, there's a lot that we've already been doing that we didn't codify on this, so it's on the agenda right now. The tribal work, which Alexis started attending tribal meetings, and Georgette, sort of in the EJ, wanted to talk about that being an important area for us. And then the role of the vice chair, which we hadn't really called out. And I'm bringing that up because when we had our interviews in the last 2 weeks, the three of us appointed by the governor in preparation for our confirmation. So that's Sushma, Alexis, and myself. There were questions that came up during those meetings from the staff that prompted some of our thinking that we needed to expand on this. I mean, we know a lot of the work, but it wasn't on our agendas called out. So we want to call out the areas of work that people are really doing and be sure that they're spread out amongst all of us. So be thinking about that, priority areas, liaisons, and programs within DTSC that you might have an interest in. Say, hey, I really want to be the person that understands consumer products, or I really want to be, the environmental health lab, or whatever the issue is. So if you'll think about that, we can talk about it during our one-on-ones, and ideally we'd come prepared to announce them at the January meeting. So that's kind of the announcement piece of it. Sushma, you're going to talk to us about the operating plan.
Yes, I am. So I'm going to do a little bit of context setting. This is information we've previously discussed, but it's going to just anchor us all, which is that this is a document that summarizes our scope as outlined by SB 158. It's what we're calling the operating plan. It's intended to be a consumable version of our plan that our stakeholders can point to understand what issues are within our purview, and subsequently what issues they can bring to us as a board. We discussed that this document is the document that will cover the what, which is our scope, the what we will achieve, not the how we will achieve it. Many stakeholders care about the how. They like us to provide some specific details on the activities and timelines. All of those are not included in this document. We discussed that each board member would provide an implementation plan that covers the next level of detail on the activities and timelines. So that's the next step. Today, I'm only talking about the operating plan because previously I have shared in board meetings about the public comments that I've received so far through the workshops and through board meetings and one-on-one conversations. But what I'm sharing today is a document essentially that provides a lot more detail on those outreach channels. So specifically, all the conversations I've had so far, who provided comments, and what comments were provided by each either individual stakeholder or entity. Because I would like you all to have complete transparency in terms of the input received so far. So as I'm scrolling through this, you'll see there's a lot of comments in here. It's a very comprehensive document. We will not have time to go through every single comment here. And it's also not a good use of time to go through it. Not all comments are material or substantive. So instead, what I'll do is I will review a few comments that I have marked as for discussion by board. These are comments that I think we benefit from driving some discussion and aligning on as a board. But I do ask that all the board members review this memo and have a sense of the comments provided by the public, specifically because the comments touch upon areas that might be your individual area of focus. So I'd love for you to review them and think about which areas you would like to address in your implementation plans. Related to that also is we had a conversation earlier about the plan for our ombudsperson, for Jessica specifically. Jessica, it would be great for you to also review this memo if you haven't already done so. There are many comments here that are really best addressed by you as part of your ombuds plan. So I ask that you review it. So what I'd like to do today is, you'll see in my memo that I have all the detailed comments. I also have included the treatment approach. What I mean by that is, in some cases, I have revised our operating plan and incorporated the feedback received. In some other cases, I flagged them as topics for board discussion. So I'm going to review with you today what I'm calling version 2 of this draft operating plan. And as I step you through each section, I'll call out the themes of the comments and then call out discussion topics. But before doing that, let me just pause here. Do board members have any comments or questions from having reviewed the document? Anything you'd like to flag or discuss before I step through the operating plan?
Who is the consultant, Eric Nolan? Is that a legislative consultant?
I am not aware. I don't know if I don't know if Eric is a legislative consultant.
I was curious.
No,
He's
not. He's not. From my understanding, he's an independent consultant.
okay.
He introduced himself as an independent consultant at the public workshop, so I can't speak to more than that. Thank you.
Okay.
Other clarification, comments, questions? All right, I think I've waited the requisite 5 seconds, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so what you're looking at now is the same memo. I've scrolled down past the comments into the operating plan version 2. As I mentioned, I'm going to surface comments that were not addressed in this version, comments that came in from the public. And I will not stop to review comments that are editorial in nature or that are not material to the substance. So I'll focus mostly on the material or substantive changes. Okay, so with that, as you know, our operating plan has 3 sections. It starts with our purpose, goes on to our approach, and then our strategic objectives. In the Our Purpose section, there was a comment that the language as lifted from 158 is really only a guiding principle. So I'm just going to let that stand. If the board wants to elaborate on our purpose, we have the opportunity to do it. I have added in one sentence that references the reform, which is our opening sentence. It states that we are here to progress the reform vision as established by the governor, his administration, and the legislature. But otherwise, no material changes have been made to our purpose. Please interrupt or raise your hand, otherwise I'm just going to keep scrolling through the changes. Our approach, as you can see, no material changes or substantive changes made to our approach. Okay, our strategic objectives. So this is where you'll start to see some of the changes and the public comments reflected. So the comments to the fee structure section have been made primarily to drive clarity and to stay true to the language in 158. So specifically, you'll see that there's some consolidation in bullet number 1, where environment fee really captures the essence of what was being communicated in the past version. And even though it looks like you're seeing a lot of red lines in this section, the edits are, I would consider, not substantive because they're going back to the exact language in 158. I'm going to pause. Questions, any questions or comments here from anyone on the board? The fee structure tries to get at 2 things. This section, just to remind us all. One is that we have the authority and the responsibility to set the fees, the 3 fees outlined in this bullet, which is generation handling fee, facility fee, and environmental fee. We also have an obligation to conduct an analysis, and then the analysis is intended to identify what adjustments need to be made through this fee structure. So those are the 2 responsibilities. Those they don't really change materially. Yes, Alexis.
The third task under fee structure, which is to prescribe the return form and credit the amount. Do you think that SB 158 envisions the board operating this prepayment and crediting system when we don't have financial systems ourselves?
It's a good question. That's based on my reader 158, that is our responsibility. If Greg, you're on, I'd like for you to chime in here.
You know, we could come back to this.
Yeah, we can come back to it. I think Greg might be having technical difficulties. We're trying to get a hold of him.
Yeah, okay, no worries. Let's just keep going. But I think good point, Alexis. I'm recording it and we can even close the loop offline, but this is language that I saw in 158 and interpreted as our responsibility. Greg has previously seen this also. Folks at DTSC have seen this, and this language continues to be retained, which tells me that this is our responsibility. And yes, we have talked through how we're going to actually execute on this responsibility.
Yeah, I'm actually here. I can comment on that. There's a reference to a board, but it is not in reference to our board. It's actually in reference to the Board of Environmental Equity, which is within the Department of Tax and Fee Administration. So no, our board does not have any obligation to conduct that administration. And we've been working with DTSC's staff to straighten that out.
You know, that's a really good point, because in Francesca's remarks the other day, she referred to the Board of Environmental Equity, and I thought she was misstating our name, but I think not. I think it was in the category when she was talking about finance issues. So I think your point's taken, Greg. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, that board actually doesn't exist anymore. It's been taken over by the Department of Tax and Fee Administration.
By the Department of
Tax and Fee Administration.
Okay. Yeah, so that's good, because there's no way we could do that.
All right, so just to close out on this comment then, there's a standing ask here from Alexis to double check that this is our responsibility. Sounds like Greg thinks it's a different board. And if yes, this language will get removed from this operating plan. Georgette?
Yeah, I have a question in relation to annual priorities and achieving performance goals and illustrated by a performance matrix. Are we developing our performance matrix ourselves? I saw earlier that there was reference to DTSCs.
Good question, Georgette. So as part of our previous board discussion related to performance metrics, strategic objective, we discussed developing our own accountability metrics and also, but primarily influencing the metrics set by DTSC and driving accountability there.
Okay, so we're doing both.
But you and I are on that subcommittee, so
Yeah.
we need to kind of further, based on public comment and workshop, we need to further refine our point of view on it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, all right. So two comments on this. One is related to refining the performance metrics and clarifying whether the last bullet continues to stay.
Is there a reason you took annual out for fee structure? We can make those adjustments anytime we want. I mean, not every 2 months, but we could do fee this year, we could do it next year, we can wait 3 years, but it is an ongoing opportunity for us. So somehow that doesn't feel like that captures that. So, and then as needed or as determined or something, because it goes to how much revenue do we have? How much revenue do we need? And does DTSC need that drives any changes to the fee structure? And that could be this year, we'll do it in 2023, and we might come back 2 years later. There's a cap, though. The fee structure has caps to it. So I don't know how much we want to elaborate on it there, but it's more than, it's ongoing and not just annual.
Correct. And that is the,
I would. Mhm.
Sorry.
Now, I was just going to add to Jeannie's statement that maybe we want to make reference to instead of reasonable distribution, I guess it is a reasonable distribution, but I think we do have a cap, but also with the goal that we're going to achieve cost recovery. So I don't know if the fees right now are actually covering the actual cost, but if not, that should be our intention of why we're adjusting the fees.
so just to comment on Jeannie's point, and I'll come back to Georgette's point. I think, Jeannie, your point about removing annual, it's really sticking close to what the code says, and that code apparently doesn't actually say annual. So we went back and reread it. This was a comment that either came in from DTSC or from Greg, if I recall. So re-looked at the code and saw that annual word doesn't exist. So if you read the language without annual, it just says the interpretation is as needed. So we would conduct an analysis of the fee structure to consider adjustments. And whenever we need to do it, we do it.
Well, it's got more than one purpose. It's also to ensure that the department has the money it needs to do its job.
Yes.
Including enforcement, including recovery, including whatever's needed up to a certain cap. So it's got multiple requirements. If you look at the presentation that we all got from Rick, there's a lot more that can go in there. So it's on an ongoing basis, right? We need to be looking at the fees. If DTSC isn't recovering costs, that's one issue. But if there's not enough money to cover the programmatic and enforcement needs, all the cleanups, everything that has to happen, then we can, using our emergency regs, change the fee structure and determine we'll have to determine what's fair and reasonable. But yeah.
So to Georgette's point about making sure that the cost recovery aspect is captured, and then also to your point, Jeannie, I think there's a decision point for us, which is this is the language that's in 158. We could dig deeper and provide clarification here, or we could save the clarification in the implementation plan, which is really intended to provide the detail.
That's fine. That's fine. It can be in the implementation plan. I just wanted us all to remember that it's bigger than that. It's more than that, and it's ongoing, and we shouldn't be afraid of it.
Are we good to move on to the next section? Are there more thoughts on the, okay, I'm seeing one or two nodding heads. Okay, all right, so the second objective, as you can see, used to be titled fiscal responsibility. There was a comment to change the title to better reflect the content underneath it. And really the content underneath this objective, it was not all intended and is not all intended to drive fiscal responsibility per se, but it's more intended to drive accountability broadly. So I'm proposing a change in the title for this group to consider. There's also an activity here that is intended to drive greater collaboration across the state agencies, which is why they expanded the title of accountability and partnerships. But again, no material change to this other than the clarification of the title and then the overall purpose of the strategic objective.
And the fact that we don't have a forensic accountant in our org chart makes me worry a little bit about executing completely on this area of the analysis of how it spends the money and the return on it. I mean, that's a big lift. And I think it's going to be something we're going to have to dive deeply into and think about, because it's that takes a lot to do that.
Yes. I'll add one more point here, that in the last bullet point, you'll see earlier the language of the bullet point stopped at conducting an analysis of the general fund monies. But in rereading 158 and also in getting input from Greg, actually the code reference requires us to do this analysis only for certain funds and not broadly for all the appropriate general fund monies. So there's a little bit of clarification language to provide focus to our analysis and to clarify what that is. Am I good to move on?
Sure.
All right. Okay. Now we're getting to the interesting sections that have more sort of input from folks. Environmental justice is our next strategic objective. I think we previously in board discussions talked about how this section, environmental justice, is both a guiding principle and a strategic objective. We also talked about how the section, while environmental justice is referenced in 158 multiple times, it isn't clear. Our activities and outcomes that we're looking to drive are not clearly laid out in 158. So we have some space as a board and of course the environmental justice subcommittee to clarify what role we will play. Okay, so that's the backdrop. Okay, so the comments that I'd like to talk through. One comment is about how we as a board do not have direct responsibility for overseeing the establishment of the EJAC. There was a comment about, specifically about what role we play, which is bullet number 2 over here. And based on my discussion with the EO, with Swati, and given our past board discussions, I've left this activity in here, but this is open for discussion over here. Do we want to call out the role we will play as a board in the establishment of the EJAC?
Yeah, this is interesting because the appropriation for EJAC did not come to us. So we do have to get to the bottom of this, Georgette and Liz, in particular Swati, because the EJAC's being held over here with the money for it, and yet we're over here tasked to form a subcommittee, right? An advisory subcommittee to seek information and feedback. That's different than this funded EJAC that has stipends and other things, which we can't get clarity on, correct, Georgette? So we have a lot to unpack that, and we have to figure out a way to do that.
I'm trying to, so what exactly is the question?
So the question here is, if you read 158 and interpret 158 as our lawyers would, the language specifically says that we will form an advisory subcommittee. Okay, and that's what we did with you, Georgette, and then Liz. Both of you are part of this advisory subcommittee from the board. The 158 does not clearly say that we will help shape, advise, assist in the establishment of the EJAC. And there are funds appropriated to establish the EJAC for DTSC to do that. So the question now is, do we want to call this out as an activity, as our scope, and include this in the operating plan?
I think we have to, if it's in there.
The fact that we're spending a lot of time and working with DTSC, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the forming of the advisory subcommittee. So
No, it's the forming of EJAC.
Right. No, I know, but form an advisory subcommittee to provide recommendations to the board. So a subcommittee that has advisory to it is usually more than just the members themselves, right? It would be, you'd have a subcommittee that might have 3 or 4 EJ people on it to make recommendations to the board.
Yeah,
An advisory subcommittee is more than the membership of the board. Don't you, do you read it that way?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I think the way that we're interpreting it right now is through the formation of EJAC, we're forming where we've even included some of the proposed formation to that body, meaning EJAC would advise us, BES, on the issues that are at hand. So right now that there's reference to that, we're waiting on DTSC to move forward on creating a draft. But that's some of the language that we provided them.
Yeah, and I think we've gone full beyond this and also tried to implement to create this or help develop this EJAC in the spirit of what was originally intended to the extent that it can be. And so I think the wording is right, that we are, collaborating with DTSC to a limited extent to create this, because they are in a sense, in essence advising us. And so we do need to be, their liaison to the board. So I think it definitely should be called out.
Swati?
I did want to be clear, yes, this area in SB 158 is a bit vague, so a lot of it will be up to the interpretation of the board and how they want to interpret this. I will clarify that there's the subcommittee, right, advisory subcommittee that can be made up of the board members, as we do have right now, where it's Member Gomez and Member Ruiz. That subcommittee is essentially different than the EJAC because the members are not sitting on the EJAC. You have a members that are subcommittee that basically liaison between the EJAC. So it's a little bit different. It's not saying that these members will then sit on the EJAC. And again, going back to the interpretation is open to the board. And so this is where I think some discussion and guidance from the board members would be good on what do you want included, because not only here, but as you develop further subcommittees, it'll be important to see how you want to interpret this language.
Yes.
And can you remind me, Swati, is there language about the DTSC EJAC in the DTSC budget? I mean, in the Office of Environmental Equity, they have some bucket of money for an EJAC. Is that correct? And that was clearly allocated to them, not to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a separate appropriation independent of this language. It's not like they took our appropriation and decided to handle it themselves, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, so, okay,
That is correct.
okay.
So to bring us home on this topic, this is why I think this is an opportunity for us to be thoughtful and include language about EJAC. Given should we agree that this is really critical role for the board to play?
Yeah.
My recommend is to keep it or include it in the operating plan.
Yes,
All right. So I'll just leave the plan as is. And there are a couple of comments, public comments on the section that I want to make you all aware of. They may or may not belong or need to be addressed directly in the operating plan, but this is an opportunity for us for you all, the comments I've heard, and they're also included in the memo. One is that the community would like to, or has made a comment that the operating plan does not reflect a deep engagement on site cleanups for the board. So the community feels like our plan does not include enough of cleanup engagement for board members and for the board. So this is something for us to be mindful of, that this comment is coming from environmental justice communities.
what's the question?
This isn't a question, this is an awareness.
So it's a public comment that it does not include something that we are not mandated to do, or we are?
We are not directly mandated to do.
But we can have site hearings.
But we can, site-specific hearings are included in our report.
Right, and is that in your document? I can't remember. Do you have site-specific hearings?
Yes.
So, okay,
So again, my proposal on this particular comment is that we don't make any changes to the plan at this time, but we have other accountability levels available to us as a board, which is evaluating DTSC's programs and evaluating their performance metrics and evaluating the director and so on. So we can use these other accountability levels available to us to specifically address the comments about site cleanup. Okay, before we move on from the environmental justice strategic objective, I want to give Georgette and Liz some space to see if they want to add anything to this plan. Or
With respect to EJ or?
EJ only, yes.
do you consider tribal part of that? Is tribal called out anywhere?
Good question. It isn't called out in our plan, but we could essentially agree that when we talk about environmental justice, we're talking also about tribal communities.
I don't know how we not include tribal in that. I mean, the separation is a false.
I think we should find a way to reference engagement with governments, including tribal governments, without automatically putting tribes under EJ, because not all tribes would wish to be seen that way.
Good point. So, but it should be somewhere, right?
We'll find a place.
Okay.
Thank you for that comment.
Yeah, I would agree with Alexis.
Well, here, the next one, the forum that represents communities across California impacted. Bingo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so then just to close out on this final comment on the tribal communities, are we agreeing that the language that exists now is inclusive enough of tribal communities, or do we want to specifically call out engagement with tribal communities and tribal governments? Say again, Alexis.
I would suggest that we not automatically put them in the EJ section, but in your public engagement section, but we don't have to wordsmith it this evening.
Got it. I'm taking your cue and moving on to the next section. All right, but before we do that, Georgette, Liz, you good with moving on? Anything to add, edit?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the public engagement section, or strategic objective. Also, a lot of comments came in specifically about this, so we'll take a few minutes to walk you through the kinds of input that came in. So in the introductory language, you'll see that I've edited the language to provide clarification on the purpose of this objective in response to public comments. I won't go into those comments. Does not materially change the intent of the strategic objective. While there were several comments specifically about this section, these are comments that would be very valuable for Jessica, our ombudsperson, to review and incorporate within her plan. There are 3 public comments that I want to raise here for board discussion. I'm going to call out the names of the comments, but they're not very relevant, but just for purpose of being comprehensive and clear. Comments number 2, 4, and 33. Those are the ones I'd like for us to talk through. Comment number 2 is about how we will receive and track the comments that we receive and ensure accountability. So that was comment number 2. It's a very, very broad question. I believe Jessica addressed it to some degree in her presentation already. There was another comment, which is comment number 4, about ensuring more transparency that enables the public to not just see and understand the issues raised, but also to be able to view, how the issue was surfaced, who surfaced them, and how the issues were addressed. So basically, not just saying an issue was closed, but also providing information on the resolution.
I'm sorry. Folks want to see something in relation to something being reported. They want to know who it was and what happened with it.
Yes. So if
Okay.
members of the public raise an issue with the board, ideally that would be logged by the ombudsperson, Jessica. They also want to know, first they want to be able to view what comments were received, who made them. They want to be able to understand how the issue was closed, what was the resolution, not just that it was closed or open. So they're asking for more transparency, essentially.
I don't have an issue with that, but one part that we need to be clear is I know that part of the work that Jessica's doing is also giving space for anonymous complaints. So there might be that we might not know who it was. So it's just, just need to be clear about that.
Yes. Great. Thank you, Georgette. Jessica looks like she wants to comment. Jessica, if you can just hold 1 second, I'm going to cover one more topic and then you might want to provide a perspective on that as well. So this is comment number 33 that also talked about presenting the information clearly on our website, preferably including the status. So those all 3 were related to how we ensure transparency of issues that come to us. Jessica? Do you want to comment?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Member Bhatia. So to the, I think that is a discussion that we may need to have in January, discussing the level of transparency. I'm also working with Attorney Greg Forrest to discuss this confidentiality concern that I also have in ensuring that folks can submit confidentially, or what level of protection we can that the Ombuds office can provide to commenters. So that is a discussion, and I'll have more information definitely by the January meeting.
Thank you.
And then just really quickly on the number 2, on comment number 2, regarding the tracking of public comments. The tracking that I'm doing at this time is specific to concerns raised about DTSC. So I just wanted to put that clarification out.
Thank you, Jessica. But just to clarify, then you will be tracking in all complaints, issues, ideas raised from members of the public. So will we be able to surface at a future date all of those inputs in some digestible fashion?
I was not planning on doing that, but if that is the direction that the board would like me to take, I think that we can discuss that.
So we have a choice point, I get it's a decision point, game time decision point here. We could, and this is mostly for you, Jeannie, and maybe perhaps Swati, do we want to have further discussion about the Ombuds role as part of a future meeting? Because these comments are not specific to the operating plan, and the language of the operating plan doesn't change materially based on the comments, but it's a decision for the board to make based on these comments on how we influence and think about our role.
So you're talking about the first bullet point, right? What's the issue? I'm sorry, I'm losing it.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for raising it. So as part of the public engagement section of the operating plan, there were comments from the public about how they would like to see us drive more transparency through our Ombuds office. So specifically related to how of bullet 1, which is why it doesn't influence the operating plan language, but it influences the role of the ombudsperson, perhaps of the role that we include in our follow-up implementation plan. So really there's no decision at the moment that needs to be made on the operating plan. My recommendation is perhaps we talk about the expanded role of the ombudsperson and make a decision on whether or not we want Jessica to track issues that come to us above and beyond DTSC related complaints.
So what's an example of that above and beyond DTSC? So yeah, in order to, because that can be very wide, I think we need to narrow the scope on what that means.
Yes. So
I agree.
So if you read the language of bullet number 1, it says receive complaints and suggestions from the public, evaluate complaints, report findings, and render assistance. It doesn't in the first bullet say specific to DTSC, for example. That could be our interpretation. And if that's
but it was all in the spirit of reform of DTSC. So, I mean, let's think about 158 was reforming DTSC, not the whole state, not the whole Cal EPA, right? So I would think it could be built on possibly, but I wouldn't want us to be taking on all of Cal EPA, for example. I mean, I think that's not with one ombuds person, right? Not without, that's the way we've got our hands full with DTSC, I think.
So how about this? This is what my recommendation would be, that the subcommittee that's working with the ombuds can review the public comments that you've received, Sushma, or Member Bhatia, apologies, on the operating plan and see how we want to incorporate it in the ombuds framework and narrow the scope in the ombuds framework, as well as possibly clarify in this operating plan so it's crystal clear on what the scope is with the ombuds. And we can bring that back for the January meeting so it's clear in both documents.
Great.
Right, and that goes to this other bullet down here where you're talking about remediated sites to integrate the public's voice into DTSC decision-making. That's a leap. That's a leap. That language I don't think is in 158, is it? To integrate the public's voice into DTSC decision-making. I mean, we can recommend these things, but I don't know how we would integrate the public's voice into the DTSC decision-making as part of how we operate.
I know this language was recommended by Greg based on the reform, one of the reform digests. So I'll let Greg chime in.
Yeah, so actually this language I suggested based on that BCP that we saw, it was circulated as a white paper. And that was where this language came in. So I thought it was nice and helpful for, explaining some of the idea around or the genesis of this idea that the board would have this kind of role, but merely a suggestion.
No, I understand. And what I don't know about the, in quotes, the white paper, that was a 2020 BCP by DTSC, right? That didn't result. I mean, it's not what finally got into 158. I'm not saying this doesn't matter. I just don't want us to get too far over our skis. That's all. I mean, I love the white paper. I think it's incredibly useful. I don't know that, and all of us heard during our interviews that they would like us to do more, not less than what 158 asked for. Now, that's easy for them to say with our 12 staff, and 4 part-time board members, but they could want everything that was $5 million worth and give us 2.5 to do it. So I just want to be, I hope that voice does contribute to DTSC's, and we can make recommendations, right? We can develop parameters to conduct on sites and make recommendations that DTSC integrates it into their decision-making. But I don't know how to integrate the public's voice just feels kind of an automatic action rather than a recommendation.
Yeah, I suppose it's up to DTSC to decide whether it gets integrated into their decision-making. That's sort of beyond our control, right?
Right, but we can certainly make those recommendations and make those recommendations public. It's not like we can't do that and we can't report that out to whatever hearings we have to go to, but I don't think it automatically results in the integration. I may be wordsmithing here and I'll stop, but.
I believe there's a comment from Swati.
Sure. So taking in Chair Rizzo's recommendations here, then this language would need to change. And I think that's what's unclear here is if you read it without Greg's recommendations, right? If it's develop parameters for the board to conduct public hearings on individual permitted or remediation sites to expand opportunities for public engagement, resolve disputed issues, and improve individual outcomes. How does the board plan to do this? Is it to give recommendations to DTSC? And then if so, then what? So I think that's where if the board can give some direction on how this language should be changed. And you can think about it, and again, we have some time to change this language, but I do think that this bullet point in particular needs to be expanded on and clarified on what the board plans to do.
I think Alexis has the answer.
I wish. I think that this is a very painful sentence. And we need to just ask ourselves, if you had 10 words, what would it say? And I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to expand opportunities, resolve disputes. I don't know what improving individual outcomes really means, individual outcomes in the context of this line. So if this particular line item, to go back to Sushma's original charge to us. This is what we will do, not how we will do it. So if this is what we're going to do, we're going to sometimes have public hearings on contaminated sites. And in so doing, that will expand the opportunities for the public voice to be heard. I think that some of the other phrases in here just make it really hard to understand what we're trying to say. So I think we just need to very much simplify this.
Well said.
Okay. Thank you for bringing us home. There are two additional comments that I'm going to talk about or mention. One is a comment made by a member of the public, a very broad question that hasn't really been addressed in the operating plan, but it's something for us to all be mindful of, which is how are we ensuring that we're being inclusive and soliciting input from all stakeholders to make sure that all voices are being heard. And I made that comment earlier as well, I believe, in the appeals process discussion. So I'm just going to let that stand, since every member is having their own individual engagements, community engagements, and soliciting input. Just be mindful of making sure all stakeholder groups are being reached out to. There was another comment. Sorry, any questions or reactions to that comment before I move on to one more comment?
Can I just ask you, is the sentence that begins with conduct and ends with et cetera directly from that statute? That's directly. So when you're quoting the statute, like it's conduct effective and appropriate, those two sentences are directly, or is that your interpretation? I'm trying to figure out what's in code and what's your interpretation of it. And it would be helpful to understand it both ways.
Yes. So I'm going to go back and look through the notes, but the first 3 or 4 bullet points in this section, public engagement section, are lifted directly. And when they're with the exception of the language that says integrate the public's voice, the rest of them are lifted from code. The last bullet point was something we added. It was not part of the code. The code reference here is generically speaks to this, but it's not exact language from the code.
That's, I think, where I've been juggling back and forth between what are we obligated to do, what, and then how are we going to do it. So you've got the what, to me, is the language. The how is something else. So that's where I'm trying to toggle between your brain and the law, right? And I'm sometimes can't quite get there.
So just to clarify then, this document is almost all lifted from the code, with the exception of 1 or 2 points that the board members have asked that they be added as part of previous board meetings. So as part of previous board meetings, there was a comment made to broaden the language on public engagement to call out our community outreach efforts.
Right. It's just that when it has a citation next to it, I think it means that it's the code, right? As opposed to this is the code and this is how we interpret it. So that's where I'm getting confused.
I think we could deal with that in a formatting sense where either, with italics or quotes, we can be clear.
Right.
Okay.
And then how do we see that? I'm not taking away from how you're thinking about how we interpret it and how we'll execute it, what we'll do with it. But I just want to be sure we're not, and I'll just make one other point that I know we haven't gotten to yet because we don't have the final documents that we approved on the operating guidelines and the governance document. Those are going to be really important if anything needs to be changed there or incorporated here. I just want to be sure that we don't have 3 documents that conflict with each other. Sorry.
Okay, no need to apologize. It's something we need to do. got to happen. All right, okay, so I'm gonna move on. Okay, before I move on, there was one other comment. I'm going to mention it. We don't have to really resolve it now, but it's an important one for us to discuss, which is comment number 32. I'm paraphrasing the comment, but the comment was about how can we ensure that DTSC holds more inclusive public meetings, whether it's open chat features, allowing the lists of participants to be open. Those are two of many comments received, but we as a board, there's an opportunity for us to think through what inclusive meeting guidelines might look like and ask DTSC to adopt them should we choose to do it. It could also be something that our subcommittee on public engagement, so essentially Georgette, works with Jessica to think through further. Not for inclusion in the operating plan, but something for us to consider. Any questions, comments on this section before we move on? Okay. All right, so moving on to our last two sections, chart permitting and performance metrics. Hardly any comments received on these sections. No material changes. There were some sort of code reference corrections and such. So I'm just scrolling through them to make you familiar. So I have nothing to raise by way of comments or changes for these two strategic objectives.
Member Bhatia, can you outline what the next steps are for the operating plan and the timeline, please?
Yes. So our original goal that we established at our last board meeting was to wrap up the operating plan by end of this year, as encouraged by Georgette. So I have a lot of comments from you all, which are all great and very addressable. So I can make those fairly minor changes that we discussed. There's also a public workshop coming up on the 15th of this month, and I expect to get more public comment there. There are a few one-on-one conversations that I have pending from the previous public workshop. So there'll be another round of public comment, but it will be based off of this version you're looking at, version 2. So once this last round of public comment is done, we could consider this a sort of a closed exercise and move on to the implementation plan. But in terms of specific to layout, to answer your question, Swati, public workshop, number 1, close out the comments and the one-on-one meetings. And number 2, incorporate pending, comments from you all that I received today, plus any comments from the public in this next version. And then we could, at the next board meeting, have a motion to accept version 3 or adopt the version 3 of the operating plan.
Member Bhatia, may I please chime in?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to announce that interpretation will end at 6:30 this evening. So we will continue the remainder of the meeting without the interpreters. We will have CIT translate the remainder of the meeting though for the uploaded video file that we share on our website. Thank you.
I would say as long as we segment out formatting to what Alexis said, so that we're clear what's in code and what's an interpretation of that or recommendation, and that we're clear where we have authority and where we have recommendation authority, so that we're not ensuring that something happens when it's out of our reach to do that. It goes into our evaluation of them, into our recommendations. But when we don't have authorities, I just want to be careful we don't imply that
Yes, I can make that change for the
Thank
next
you.
round and then bring it. What I'll do is a follow-up memo to this one that incorporates those comments from today and then the next public workshop. Any further questions or comments on the operating plan?
No, that's a lot of work. And I love the way you formatted all the comments. That was incredibly helpful. And I'm sure it was to Jessica as well to pull those out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your engagement and for your comments on this.
Okay, do we want to approve some minutes? Is that the last agenda item? Am I losing my mind?
No, Madam Chair, we will open up for public comment in response to Member Batia's operating plan
Of
presentation.
course we will. Of course we will. Thank you.
So at this time, if anybody would like to express their comment in response to Member Batia's operating plan presentation, please raise your virtual hands or you can also press *9 on your phones if you have called in. And again, as a reminder, we do not have interpreters online right now, so we will translate the remainder of the video for when we upload the video onto our YouTube and our website. Currently, I do not see any hands raised at this time. No, seeing no hands raised. Okay, I will return it to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have two sets of draft minutes from November. We need to approve the board meeting minutes from November 14th. And the public forum, November 15th board meeting. Is that what we're doing? Somebody help me here.
I can help you here. Okay,
Thank
in
you.
our packages, we have draft meeting minutes for the November 14th public forum in Bakersfield that came at the end of our permitting
Right.
workshop. And secondly, and separately, we have minutes for the full board meeting of November 15th held in Bakersfield. And if we could just take those very quickly and separately. Are there any comments on the minutes? I have one comment on the November 14th one. If you look under public forum, we just need to fix line 1. It's just some typos there, but it's nothing substantive. Are there any other changes to November 14th? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Gomez.
Thank you. And
Let's second.
okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Unanimously adopted. And then are there any comments or changes to the November 15th minutes? If none, may I have a motion?
This is Liz Ruiz. I still move to approve the minutes for November 15th.
And I second. Sushma.
Very good. And all those in favor, would you raise your hand to approve? And our chair, very good. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Alexis. So in closing, I think unless anyone has a major report that they want to provide on their liaison work or their priority area, I think we could defer that to the January meeting. Is that reasonable? Thank you. So a couple of notes. Just reminding everybody, when you see the job postings, please share them on all your social media outlets, your LinkedIn, your listservs wherever you can so that we can get those hires and the two that Swathi noted. Reminder to anybody still listening that the operational plan workshop will be 4 p.m. on December 15th. Next board meeting will be January 26th at Cal EPA headquarters. And for those of you who just love spending time with us, there'll be a confirmation hearing at 1:30 p.m. on February 1st for the three of us that were appointed by the governor, members Strauss, Hacker, Bhatia, and myself. So we hope some of you will be able to attend. I want to thank you for the team that supports us. I want to start with you, Sheena. You did like an amazing job. And I know all the work that Swathi did behind the scenes and in front of the scenes to make this happen. I want to thank Orit and Corwin, and I'm sorry that our interpreters, Mark and Letitia, are not still on board, but please express our gratitude. And of course, Elio and Jenny, thank you so much, as always, for just making sure that we're good. And here's the list of everybody who helped us. Wow. And Sue Wood, wherever Sue is. Hi, Sue. So let's see. Do we have anything that anybody wants as a final comment to the meeting? Besides that it went about an hour over, but we got a lot done. I hope you all feel that way. It was hard work. Sushma, you have your hand up.
I missed your chocolate that we get when we meet live and together.
I know. I should have mailed them out with the packets. I will have them next time. I have a whole pile of them. I keep collecting them. I can bring apples too. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second, Gomez.
Second, all in favor? Okay, we've got a unanimous decision to go our separate ways. Thank you, and thank all the participants who remained on. Since I don't know how many you were, I'm just going to thank you collectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Holidays, Happy New Year.
Oh my goodness, it's holidays, right? Bye.